Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing. I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger. Remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker. But follow me. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only ever slinging. I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer. The melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy. Logically, I'm impossibly wanted. And they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Christoph Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody!
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
Welcome everybody to the FIDE Chess Grand Prix in Berlin. This is the very first stage of the new World Championship cycle to find out the two remaining players for the FIDE Candidates tournament. And today with you will be the Women International Master Raluca Sgircea and me, Latvian Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans.
Hey everybody, how are you? Hope everybody is excited for these games. I know I am. I think we have some very interesting lineups today.
Yeah, indeed. So this is Raluca, this is really one of the most exciting tournaments. And for this FIDE Grand Prix stage, they kept slightly changed the lineup. Not only in the lineup, but also the way they played out, because this time there's also, like previously, 24 players, and in each stage there are 16 players, but this time they're divided in 4 pools. So they're going to play in 4 pools with 4 players, double rounds. And as you are seeing, here's the official regulations of the tournament. Huge prize money available, and the top 2 finishers of the Grand Prix, all 3 stages, they will qualify for the FIDE Candidates tournament. Wow.
Yeah, and also worth mentioning that we're probably going to have quite some long games, or at least we're hoping for that. They're not allowed to make quick draws, as we were just checking. The Sofia rule is going to apply here, so no draws before move 30. We hope to see some fighting chess. And the time control is 90 minutes plus 30 seconds, plus 30 minutes after move 40.
Raluca, what do you think about this time control? Because, I was playing in the FIDE Grand Swiss in Riga. I was one of the, fortunate or unfortunate participants to play with this very long time control. There's the plus and there's the minus side. The plus side, of course, you could think for something like 100 minutes for, 40 moves, 15 minutes for next 20, 15 minutes until the end of the game, and extra 30.
Longer than this.
I'm sorry?
That's actually longer than this that they have now, right?
Yeah, quite long game. So there was some games which were running for something like 7 or 8 hours. That was quite very difficult for the players. And this is what I call slightly a bit more human, because normally the game will take something like 4 or 5 hours.
I like this time control with the 30 minutes after move 40, to be honest. There are some tournaments where you just have 1 hour and a half plus 30 seconds for the whole game. But I feel like it's around move 40 that you get to those critical positions and you need some time to think, right?
Right, indeed. Definitely the second time control is necessary. So yeah, I think this is actually one of my favorite time controls. So we're gonna have a lot of action.
Better, yeah.
And and those 8 pairs today, I'm not even sure with which game we should even start, because you're seeing here, it's 3 compatriot matches. So Andrei Esipenko is meeting his compatriot Alexander Grishuk. Also, Vladimir Fedoseev is meeting Grigory Oparin, another dual Russian player pairing. And then there's also Wesley against Lenier Dominguez. And of course, all of the other pairings are very, very unpredictable and exciting. And what do you think, Raluca?
Oh, I'm hoping for some good games today. We've been looking at the score between them, and we have some new encounters, like, for example, Esipenko and Grishuk. This is their first classical game. They have played Rapid and Blitz, but not classical chess. And we have a completely new encounter, don't we?
Right. Yeah. Winston Kimmerer against Daniil Dubov. They've never played before. As far as we know, I mean, we checked the database. There's no games, and it's maybe not even a surprise because Winston, he is the youngest player in the field. He's only, 17 years old? I mean, it's incredible. He finished in the 5th place in the FIDE Grand Swiss in Riga. He is the European vice champion individual championships, and now he's here. He is qualified for the Grand Prix. I mean, it's just amazing. And he's playing against another super talent, Daniil Dubov, who is apparently everything is fine, at least in terms of the COVID. So we hear he was tested negative in the last test, so he's here to play after that mishap in we can say.
Yep. Do we have any moves? Not yet. They're just about to start. Yep.
I think so. Yeah, I haven't received any moves so far. Maybe we are going to start with the first game of Andrei Esipenko against Alexander Grishuk, because this is the first game in the list, so quite an easy choice. They have played some games.
They have played some blitz games.
Some blitz games, indeed. And who do you think is leading the chart?
Oh, I know who's leading the chart. It's Esipenko.
That's quite unexpected, taking into account Grishuk's amazing skills in blitz. He was a couple times world champion in blitz, right? And still it's Esipenko who is leading.
He's leading, yes. 2-1. Only 3 games blitz, though. They haven't played that much.
And you know, what is also, Raluca, quite incredible that this is pretty much one of the youngest players playing against one of the most experienced players. So Esipenko at the moment is only 19 years old, and Grishuk is twice older, right? 38. So that is youth essentially against experience. Going to be very, very interesting clash of the generations. And as far as I see, the game has started.
We have D4 on their board.
Yeah, my board for some reason is flickering. I'm not sure why. Let me try to change.
Yeah. Some dancing around.
Some dancing around. Okay, that's very lively chess. I'm not sure why really. Just a second.
You guys are gonna have to. You're gonna have to have some fun with this. Let's see if we can fix this before. So we have some questions here. We are reading the YouTube chat, and we are trying to read the Twitch chat, and we are also trying to read the Chess24 chat. We're sorry if we're missing any messages, but there's so many things happening. Do you guys have any favorites? I don't know. We are not allowed to say that because we are not here. We are.
Can't we root for a player? I don't know.
What are people thinking? What do people think?
I would love to root for a player, but
you were going to predict actually earlier. What were you going to predict? Tell us your predictions, Arturs.
My predictions. Definitely, I think today there's going to be probably at least one surprise. I'm not telling it's Esipenko's game against Grishuk, but we checked all the lineups. And there could be some unexpected results. For example, I'm really curious how the matchup between Vladimir Fedoseev against Grigory Oparin will finish, because if you would check who is actually leading in the score between them, it's not a higher rated Fedoseev.
It's not, no.
So quite incredibly, it's Grigory Oparin who leads to classical wins in classical games, 3 wins to none. Of course, there was one game we discussed with Raluca before the broadcast that Fedoseev won one game online, which was with a classical time control, but still over the board, it's Oparin who has the better score. So this could be definitely one of the games we don't want to miss.
But it's also worth mentioning that Oparin won all his games when he was white, because he only played white against Fedoseev in classical chess. So that's a very fun fact, I think. What are the chances to always get white?
Well, you know, Raluca, that's really unfortunate. I remember I've had those opponents. I mean, you're playing against him, what, first, second, third, fourth, fifth time, 10th time. You just get black. You just get black all the time. It's just incredible. And finally Fedoseev got white. So
he's going to get black as well.
He's going to get black, definitely. Right. So what do we have here on the board? Yes, Esipenko against Grishuk. It's Catalan, right?
Yeah.
As far as I know, that's my grandmaster's opinion. This is the Catalan, G3. A million options for black to choose. What would you play here? Or do you even play Catalan for white or black?
With white, I do play the Catalan sometimes, well, when I feel like it, but I like the Catalan. So I don't know. I guess we'll have to see what Grishchuk goes for here.
Yeah, Grishchuk is a very principled player, and what I really adore about him is he invests so much time in opening. He just tries to, like, searching for this chess truth, just get the perfect move, and then he falls on the time truth, where he's super good, super exceptionally well played.
He's very good. Yeah. I have not looked at their games and their previous game just to know what openings they've played, since they were all blitz. Do you have any idea what they have played before, whether they've played the Catalan?
I can check it. I can check it very quickly. I think I should be able to check it. I have prepared everything.
Yeah. Very curious whether they've played this before. Because, for example, speaking about the Fedoseev Oparin again, most of the games that I've seen were the Rui Lopez with the Oparin white. And they seem to be repeating the opening, just changing the lines. So let's see if has this happened.
This is the first time they're playing this, as far as I checked.
Okay.
And there was one game which was some kind of what was it? Slav, semi-Slav. Another game was something else. So this is pretty much maybe a surprise to Alexander Grishchuk. I'm not really familiar so well with Esipenko's opening repertoire. There's many choices. Maybe I'll very briefly explain what are the choices, right? So you can take the pawn on c4. And usually if you want to do this, you want to take it as early as possible.
He does take the pawn on c4, right? Just as you...
I mean, it's a free pawn. You want to take it, right?
Yeah, you do want to take it, but do you?
I don't know. I mean, it's quite an interesting choice. If you have the bishop g2, I'm not sure what is even the best. Is it a6 or knight c6? So this usually leads to some very sharp games. Rook b8, b5, white sacrifices the pawn and goes completely crazy and starts to attack. But here, I don't know. I mean, it really depends what Grishchuk is going to choose. Maybe he could give a check on b4, and this is, by the way, very popular. Give a check, bishop d2, and now bishop e7 is the popular choice, so that the bishop on d2 is misplaced, and black plays something like the closed Catalan. Or there's also something more aggressive with bishop d6, switching to c6, knight d7, and maybe a stone wall. And they did, Raluca, have one game in the stone wall before, so maybe this is what Grishchuk, yeah, maybe he's thinking about this right now.
Maybe he's thinking about this. Okay, so this is the position that we have right now with g3, and Grishchuk is still thinking here. Let's see what we have on other boards then.
Absolutely. So
I'm curious about this second game on Pool A. What happens between Bakro and Nakamura? What's happening here?
This looks like some sort of Berlin, right? From the first sight. Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
I'm not. Okay. Let's check how did it happen. Berlin. They have played some Berlin before, as far as I remember. Knight x on e5. You know, Raluca, this is I would say the safe choice. I'm not really a huge into Berlin. Personally, I don't like it, really. Don't tell anybody, okay? I don't like it because I think there's slightly more exciting ways to play. But white tries to play the safe way. So knight x on e5, this is pretty much, I'm going to test you for some tricks. If it's not going to work, then probably it's going to be a draw. So that's at least, I think, the reputation. So the more principled continuation is the Berlin endgame, of course. After d4, knight e6, takes, d takes, knight f5, queen takes, king takes. And yeah, and this is where the tier really start. So instead of this didn't happen. So we go back to the starting position after rook e1, knight e6, knight x on e5. Yeah, this is still theory, but it's rather peaceful. Knight c3.
Now, okay.
Well,
Bishop f5 here.
My first impression, Raluca, really is here black has nothing really to worry about. And you look at the clock, Hikaru has 1 hour and 34.
Yeah, he must be very comfortable in this position.
Right, so he definitely is very familiar with this position, and he's been maybe slightly absent from playing chess at the highest level. His rating has declined to 27 and 36. I think he plays a bit better than that. I mean, I always treated him at least top 10 player in the world. He is very, very busy with streaming. Everybody knows he's the biggest streamer out there. But he's also still, I believe, very much motivated to get his maybe final chance to qualify for the candidates tournament. And who knows, maybe challenge Magnus.
Yeah. There's a question here. Is this still theory? Do you know the answer to this?
I have no idea. I have no idea. I think usually they don't play like this. They don't play knight c3. I don't recognize it. I think usually white tries to play something more human like c3, knight e2, maybe put the bishop on d4, and if black is very accurate, there's no problems. So I can only guess if Bakrop prepared some idea, because usually, at this level, this is what they do.
He's played this quite fast, so I imagine he didn't just invent it right now.
Probably not. Yeah, that would be rather strange moment to invent a new combination in a Grand Prix tournament. I think he has some ideas, absolutely. Probably somebody already has played this before. He is attacking the pawn on d5, and the idea is he wants to test something. So if it doesn't work, so be it. It's a draw, right? This is still the first round.
This is the first round, yeah.
Yeah, so everything can happen. Bishop f5.
Bishop f5 played, and how do we develop now? Do we play... Okay, do we play bishop f4, or is knight b4 a very annoying...
Knight f4.
No, bishop f4 I wanted to go, but is knight b4 annoying here?
Yeah, knight b4 indeed could be a bit problem, because after c3 there could be some ideas with knight c2 and knight e3, maybe big problems. So what do we do?
c3 then?
c3. But this is definitely not a great position for white.
Why is the knight doing on e2 then? No, we have to see what the idea is here.
Maybe the idea is
knight f4, but still knight b4 is annoying, yeah? If you play knight f4 immediately.
Oh, yeah, of course, black is the move. Yeah, after c3, let's say queen d7, knight f4. Maybe white's idea is slightly try to annoy black with a semi-weakness on d5, right? Something like, I don't know, g3.
And bishop, yeah. And bishop too.
Doesn't seem much, really. Doesn't seem much. So, unfortunately, we cannot see the video from the playing hall, but I imagine Nakamura is like making faces and not very happy. He knows that.
But it's actually white's turn to play, so he's probably figuring out how to get his pieces out here.
Right.
So we have this position after bishop f5.
My prediction, Raluca, this game is going to finish rather quickly. I don't know. What do you think? I mean, despite the fact that it's Sophia rule, I think actually this is a new addition, because in the previous Grand Prix series there was no Sophia rule, was there?
I don't remember, no, but maybe we can get some input on that from people who know for sure.
Right.
I don't remember this.
Because this variation usually is every single piece gets traded. Every single piece. There's something like a theory of move 30. Even if you trade all the pieces, it reaches the magical number of 30 when you can shake hands and agree to a draw. But okay, knight. Okay, no more changes here. But in the classical games, Nakamura is leading, right?
Let me check the score here. That 5.5 to 1.5. Is that correct?
5.5 might be. As far as I know, Bakrok hasn't won any single game in the classical games against Hikaru Nakamura. Nakamura has beaten Bakrok with black in the Berlin. Maybe that's the reason. Maybe that's the reason why he chose this slightly peaceful continuation. And it's really, really interesting. I checked when they last played the last classical game. Raluca, do you know?
Yes, 2013. I have it all here in my
2013. That's what? 9 years? 9 years? Wow.
Yeah. They played in two Grand Prix.
In 2 Grand Prix, indeed. So in Thessaloniki and what was the other one? Paris Grand Prix. Yeah, they played it. Nakamura won 1 game, 1 draw. And thus, I think he is a favorite in this matchup. But
for sure, yeah.
It's not a matchup, it's a tournament, right? So,
and we're being told that there was no Sofia rule in the previous FIDE Grand Prix. So,
yeah, because I remember some early draws in the previous events, so that's why I wasn't 100% sure. But yeah, indeed, we were told that there is a Sofia rule, and Sofia rule is so that the grandmasters don't have any funny ideas to make early draws. They have to play at least 30 moves.
Yes.
All right, let's move on.
Let's move on. What else do we have here happening? Shall we? Yeah, let's see this matchup.
Decisive against Oparin?
Oparin.
All right. So this is the matchup, which is really, really unpredictable. And Oparin has been the hard worker. He has slowly worked up to the rating of 2680. He is the 3rd place surprise finisher for from the FIDE Grand Swiss. And as far as I know, he's been studying United States, right? I think so.
Really? I
think so. At least he was studying in the Mizzou University.
Okay.
And also Vladimir Fedoseev, at least he was a student for, I think, Texas Rio Grande Valley. Maybe I don't remember correctly, but they were both playing also for their universities and even meeting in some U.S. collegiate tournaments. So definitely they have played before.
And we were also being told that he was born in Germany, which is something that I think you also mentioned.
Yeah, in Munich, if I remember correctly. Right. So technically, Fedoseev is an ELO favorite. He's 2700. He's been higher. Oparin's, I think this is the highest rating. But like we mentioned before, Oparin is leading in classical games. So the question is it 3-0 or is it 3-1? Or look, do we count your online classical game or not? I'm not really sure.
Yeah, but I don't know. Online chess is always different, but in the end, it's a win. No? So,
right. A win is a win, right?
A win is a win always.
A win is a win. All right, let's check what was happening.
So I think this will be interesting.
Now, this is something. Oh, another Catalan.
We seem to have a theme today.
Yeah, on this b5, indeed, this is quite a popular continuation. b5, bishop b7. There's a number of continuations. Black can also play b4, sacrifice the pawn on c4, and then at some moment play bishop e6, activate the bishop and attack the pawn on e2. Bishop e7, a6. Wow, that's quite smart. I mean, if I'm just paying attention to my moves and I just want to grab the pawn for free, right? Queen takes on c4. Well, this means knight takes on b5. And we're losing the rook. So, of course, they're seeing this, but nice trap.
Nice trap, yeah.
Knight c3, takes, knight b5, bishop b5, and rook d1. And c5. Immediately played by Oparin. Well, first impression, there's no problems for black.
Yes. I was just thinking that this is this headed to a draw? What do you think?
There's a good chance. Yeah. So let's check it. Maybe something like d takes on c5. I would just want to take it. Queen a5. Going away from the pin. I go something like knight c3, bishop c5. I mean, there's no way black has any issues here. That's my first impression. And I'm looking at this position right now. Even if white somehow manages to win the pawn on c4, I mean, there's usually such a very strong counterplay on the b2 pawn that I think that Oparin is looking really, really good here.
Yeah, I think so. I think no, I think black should be fine here.
Yeah, black is fine. Black is fine. By the way, I think I want to mention is that we'll try to have a peek on the chat. We are monitoring the chat, so you're discussing there. We're slowly having a peek what you're saying there. So be nice, please.
We'll get to the video game. No worries. We're taking it slowly.
Right. So if you have some really interesting questions or you would like to find out something, assuming we have an answer to that, and maybe you're seeing something super action stuff packed is happening in one of the games, of course, you can let us know, and we are gonna, of course, pay attention to it. And thank you everybody who is watching this. We're gonna try to make your time as enjoyable as possible. All right.
Okay, I think this one is a very interesting matchup. The next one,
okay.
Versus Rapport. Rapport always gives us interesting games, doesn't he?
Yeah, and he's very unpredictable.
Yes, that's why his games are interesting.
He can play the Dutch. He can play probably something like the Budapest Gambit. I wouldn't be really surprised. And he is such a creative player. I mean, I'm just amazed. And I've seen his, by the way, many people think that he's a very when it comes to the game, he's very sharp player, comes with fantastic ideas. I've seen how he is defending, and I'm just stunned, really. Some of his amazing defensive games, a big fan.
I was just checking whether they've played the Dutch, just as you mentioned that, and they have, according
What is this? What is this opening? What do you call it, Raluca?
What do I call this? Do I call it sort of thing? So.
This is some Neo Bogolubov, is it? Like without knight of 6.
But he's playing knight of 6 now. So are we transposing?
Yeah, now this transposes. I'm just trying to understand if there's no way that white can use this. Maybe something like e4, because the knight is not controlling the f6 square. Something like this. This. What is this? I don't know. Can you even play this?
You.
What is this? Probably not. But why don't you play e4, right? Cannot be a mistake. Must be a reason.
Is it maybe d5?
Yeah. There's a fair chance there's d5. Maybe this is even some theory, but you know, this is such a rare line. I can absolutely guarantee you this. Wojciech didn't check it before the game. So the parents were known yesterday, right?
The parents were known yesterday, yeah, last night.
So it's not
you
like...
want me to quickly check this, because I can quickly just set up the first moves here and see if this has been played before.
All right.
So...
I was checking Wojciech's and Rapport's previous games, but I was pretty sure they're not going to repeat. From the previous games, Wojciech in the classical games leads with 2 victories against 1. And if my memory is correct, it was Rapport first who scored the first victory, and then it was 2 victories for Wojciech and 4 draws. So this makes Wojciech in this game, despite the fact that he is supposedly an ELO underdog, not quite. And actually, you know, Raluca, I'm really surprised to see Radek below 2,700.
Yeah, that's true. I was surprised now that when you mentioned it, I was certain that he was over 2,700. And as I'm looking now in my database, Rapport has played this before. He has, I see at least 2 games here.
Oh.
With the same line.
And after a5, well, how did those games
play? Is the main line. What happened on e4 was our question, and yeah, d5 seems to be the answer. d6 has also been played. Let me see if he has any games like this. Okay, I have here our friend Mihail Marin with black. He has played this before, and he played d5 here.
All right, you mean after e4, right?
E4, yeah.
e4 d5.
e4 d5, and here c takes d5
and e5.
E takes d5 and e5. This seems pretty logical.
Yeah, maybe the big idea that you can now put your knight on e7, because f6 of course makes no sense, and this knight is going to find some new squares on f5 and target the white center on d4. And it's not so bad, by the way. You know, I've definitely borrowed some ideas from Rapport. I know this because I'm Queen's Indian player, and he's one of the big names who plays the Queen's Indian. And when I'm running out of ideas, I always check what Rapport to play here. So he comes up with some very interesting concepts. All right, so you're saying knight of 3 is the main move, right?
I'm saying knight of 3 is the main move. Let me go back here. Knight of 3, yes.
And now it's a Catalan.
G3 has also been played here. Oh, but he played G3 next, so yeah.
And now this is some Neo-Bogolubo Catalan. I don't know, how do you name that? This idea definitely exists with the bishop on f8 without inclusion of a5, but with the bishop on b4 and pawn on c5. Okay, let's just assume this is playable. Takes, knight e4. Yeah, by the way, about this position, this is a very typical classical idea from the Catalan. White did not blunder the pawn, so Wojciech definitely knows what he's doing here. And the pawn on d4, black is not really going to try to hold on to the pawn because white is going to play short castle, rook d1, knight e5, rely on the strong light square bishop, and black actually is thinking what's the best way to give up this pawn on d4 so that he can solve the eternal problem of the Catalan bishop on c8.
I'm just looking here whether this position has been reached before. Okay, there are a few games.
Even after rook a6?
No, rook a6 is a new move in this position. We've had knight c6, d3. So since you're mentioning how to get rid of that pawn, d3 has been tried.
Instead of rook a6?
Yep.
So short castle, that's why he plays queen d3.
Oh, actually on short castle, yeah, d3 has, yes, d3 has been played. If white castles, there's this idea of d3.
So let me just show it to you. Short castle, d3.
Actually, sorry.
Yeah?
I was going to say that queen d3 is actually the first new move in our position.
Oh, all right. So white is actually stopping this idea of d3. I mean, this is really high-level chess. I mean, normally, I think we would expect something like a short castle with rook d1, try to snatch the pawn on d4, but here black has this very interesting idea to give up the pawn on d3, takes maybe something like knight c6, and now white has some issues with this pawn on d3. Very interesting, but this comes at the loss of a tempo, right?
Comes at the loss of a tempo, but is that so important here? Probably this is what he's trying to prove, that it's...
I like white's position. You know, Raluca, I have the utmost respect for the Catalan. I just love it. I just love it. And Radoslav, he strikes me as a very good positional player. He definitely probably is enjoying this position.
I think so.
Yeah, and I'm comparing what is the difference between something like rook d1. I would be thinking, should I play rook d1? Should I play maybe knight e5 right away? Okay, maybe not knight e5 right away. Maybe should I include rook c1? And how should I try to capitalize on this weird move rook a6, which is weird? I don't know. Maybe he wants to play b5.
Maybe he wants to play b5 and have the knight on c6 defending, and definitely not have a rook on a8 when you do that, no?
Right. So I think Wojciech is here thinking, okay, if I play rook d1, what is Rapport going to do? Maybe b5, right?
b5.
Knight e5, knight e5, knight e5, and maybe something like maybe rook d6.
And then you back the pawn and bishop a6.
Yeah, and maybe this is not so simple. And if you cannot take the pawn right away, of course, you don't stop the calculation. Right here, you could play some preparation move like rook c1, bishop a6, b4. And a good player usually at this moment evaluates. I mean, do I like this? Is it the best? Should I do this? And then he goes back and he's starting to look at other directions. I mean, what else do I have? Instead of rook b1, maybe I play something like queen b3. It looks weird.
Stopping b5. Yeah, that's
good. I don't know. There's so many moves.
Does rook c1 help me a little more in that position?
I think this is a good moment when you want to invest some time.
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, so there's definitely choices. Radoslav is not concerned too much about the pawn on d4. he knows that rook a6 most likely comes with the idea to play b5, unless I completely don't understand the position, which might be possible. But I think it's b5. b5, rook d6. So Rapport has definitely seen the idea, because over the board, he just cannot easily come up with the idea of b5, rook d6.
He's played this before. Probably he's got this studied.
Right. Yeah. Maybe not exactly in this position or something very
Probably not, but yeah.
Right. Okay, let's move on.
Let's move on. Okay, we're getting to Vidit. Everybody was very excited about seeing his game. So let's see his game. He's playing Aronian today. And how are they doing?
This is... What is this, Raluca? What is this opening? I try to understand.
Well, let's see. Let's see it from the beginning. What were the
Some
first?
sort of a c-takes, bishop d3, knight e2. Some queen's gambit declined.
It looks like a queen's gambit declined this line with 92. Yeah, I was going to say, but how did this?
All right, let's check it.
Actually started as an IMSO, yeah.
Yeah, the Nimzo.
The Rubinstein.
Raluca, have you seen this ultra modern g4 move? What do you think about it?
This is a very recent, yeah.
Yeah, very, very recent idea. It's as recent as here. I mean, even here, g4 has been tested, but knight c3, bishop b4, I think this is even a better version to play g4. Yeah. So some ideas to play e4 next, sacrifice the pawn, grab the center, you know, it's not really so ridiculous as it looks. But okay, I assume that these guys, after the surprise element is gone, they already know everything about this. Their seconds have worked out all of the details, so they're not going to test it today. All right. Yeah, this is one of the topical lines in the Nimzo, as far as I know. A3, of course, the big question. I think A3, is it the main move? Was it knight E2 not the idea here?
Yeah, I thought so.
And A3, it's like taunting here, black to take on C3. Because if I play something like B takes, black usually plays, I'm just going to make some random moves. C5, knight E2, B6, short castle, bishop A6. Usually they try to do something like this. And white tries to be very aggressive at the king side and push E4. So that's the classical way they're playing this out. So maybe this A3 is a way to invite his colleague from India to go to this position, and we did decline. Queen C2.
And
Bishop D2.
Okay.
So how will they have been playing before? I think this is also their very first classical game, isn't it?
It is, yeah. I was looking here at the stats. Seems to be their first classical. They have played a lot of games, Rapid and Blitz. I counted 19.
19.
Game.
That's a lot. That's a lot. I think the only pair which has more games, it is the game which we have still yet to see. It's
the Americans.
The Americans, yes, of course. Because once you play in St. Louis Showdown, that's something like 50 games to your.
Yeah. You have the U.S. Championship. You have
a lot of games.
A lot of places to play.
They play many games between each other, so they know each other very well. So this is what can I say about this? This is some sort of cosmet structure from both sides. Black has zero weaknesses. Aronian's setup is very original. I think he's toying with the ideas to play maybe a long castle, maybe f3, e4, because why do you play knight e2 here? The entire idea why do you play knight e2 here is to push f3, e4.
Yeah.
I think originally it was Kasparov who came up with this idea.
He has a lot of games like that, right? Yeah. He liked this plan with f3 and e4.
Right. So that's why you don't play the traditional knight f3. Only I'm not really familiar with this move a3. I mean, might as well be very...
I thought here we take on c3, to be honest.
Yeah, but you know, this is a very typical retreat in the Nimzo, because very often, why do you play with a bishop on b4? Why don't you play something like d5? With a bishop b4, you have very active strikes in the center. And after e3, d5, you sometimes acknowledge the loss of the tempo. And you'll go back with the bishop on d6. So the fact that the bishop is on b4, not always black is going to take on c3. So, I mean, it's a choice, right?
It is a choice, yeah.
All right, so we
I
kept
was just curious, sorry. If white castles short, are there problems on h2? Like, does that work? Is this why he doesn't want to do that right away? Instead of bishop d2, if short castle.
Let's check it out.
Am I just gonna get mated on?
Oh, let's check it out. Let's check it out with this order of the moves. Okay, I'm gonna castle. I'm completely oblivious to your idea. Check. And the idea is queen h4 check.
Works, but I was just curious, why not castle? This seems like a good reason why not to castle.
Yeah, but there's king g3, right? And usually nobody knows, is there a checkmate or not? There might be a checkmate, might not be a checkmate.
Maybe h5.
h5, h4 looks quite dangerous. Queen d6 might be a check. This king here, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
He probably doesn't want to find this out over the board.
Yeah, but this is not very practical, is it? Right? You just don't want to find it out, and you play something like h3 or f3, so that you make sure the sacrifice is never happening. Because why would you want to sit here for something like 30 minutes to figure out
and calculate?
Then calculate something which might never happen. It's just not very practical.
No, for sure.
Right.
Okay, there's a lot of activity here in the chats. Raluca, are you a GM too? No, I'm a women's international master. Levon's American now. Yes, he is American. And this is a fairly new change, isn't it?
Yep.
Just castle queenside and go all in. How do you like this plan, Artur?
Castle alongside and go all in?
Your suggestion.
That's a great plan. I like it. But I would be actually a bit tricky with the order of the moves, and I would start maybe something like h3 first. I play h3, and this really reminds me how I was playing in my childhood. You probably, Raluca, can relate to me. You just develop all your pieces, and it's like, I can castle short, I can castle long, right? And you never know. You never know. Your opponent is just driving. You're just driving your opponent crazy because you don't know which side you're going to castle. It's quite
sometimes nobody castles.
But it's tricky because such an approach is rare. You cannot often do that, but it might be the perfect moment maybe here. Because, for example, if I'm playing with black and I'm just decide, okay, white is going to castle long way, I'm going to play c5. I think Aronian's idea at some point is to play d takes, b takes. Not sure, should I play knight b5 right away or not, but something like a short castle. And these pawns on c5 and d5 might become targets. Or maybe they don't. I don't know. Maybe the bishop b7, they actually become very strong pawns. It's always the question, right? Are those strengths or weaknesses?
No, with white here, you still have to rearrange your pieces, right? You have a lot of pieces on the d file. Have to
get the knight f3 back. I don't know.
Knight f3 back.
I don't know. It belongs to f3. But maybe on e2. I don't know. Maybe there's something like b4. I have no idea what this is really. I like black. I really like black. So maybe this is not such a great idea for white to waste h3. But what do you do? What do you do if you're Aronian? What do you play here?
Maybe try f3 and castle short.
f3.
Can I still do that?
Yeah, by the way, f3 is a great move because idea is to play g4, and g4 is a very typical idea also for short castle. That's a great idea, by the way.
Oh, true. Yeah, that's
f3, g4, maybe e4, maybe g4, g5. Go after the pawn on h7. So I think you're absolutely right. So let's say f3, and probably Aronian is thinking, okay, I'm going to play f3.
It's typical here, no? Whenever
there has to be c5, right? c5. What do I do after c5? Maybe
castle.
What do I do after castle? Which castle? Long?
That's a good question.
I think it's time to define, right? Maybe can I play g4? It's too much, right? g4 would be too much. No.
I think it's fun for us to look at g4, but I don't expect Aronian to go that.
No. Maybe c4 here. Well, this is what we call dynamically balanced position. And you don't know how to give the proper evaluation. It could go either way, really. Very difficult to tell. But f3, it really looks very tempting. I agree. F3, g4.
Yeah, I think so, because if you castle short, I wasn't sure about f3 and castling short, because queen c7, I might have to play h3. I don't know. Am I weakening too much?
Maybe there's bishop a6, by the way. Bishop a6. Straight away, there's bishop. And I take, so that make this knight look bad, and do something like, there's no g4, g5 idea anymore. So
I
actually,
like the idea very much.
No.
g4.
Maybe that's why he's not doing this. What do you think?
Yeah, maybe. We'll just probably find out very soon.
Right. All right. Let's move on. Right? It's fun. I mean, I cannot even choose which game I want to follow. All of them are so exciting.
We still have one game to check. Oh, a couple of games to check. We have to see Vincent Keimer versus Daniil Dubov. Their first encounter, was it?
Yeah, this is the very first game. I don't have any information. Have they played any online games? Probably they have. Everybody plays online. Most likely they've met somewhere on Title Tuesday or some Blitz games, etc. But in the database, there's no games.
There's no games. No, not rapid. Not.
All right, b4. Somebody's about to get checkmated, and it might be white. What is this?
What was the game? It was a Slav.
I have no idea. Let's check it.
The c4, c6. Was this a Slav? It looks very.
So knight h4. This is usually a very good position for white. I'm a total fan of this. I've played a couple of times with white. So after knight h4, one of the big choices here for black is, should I play bishop g6 right away or include bishop e4? After bishop e4, f3, bishop g6, queen b3, there's queen c7, there's queen b6. I think queen c7 is maybe slightly more popular, bishop d2, and then white chooses at which moment to take on g6 and push e4 at some point later, and he just enjoys these two bishops here. But Dubov played bishop g6 right away, which I've always treated myself. I mean, what do I know? But I've always treated myself, this is slightly more pleasant for white because there's no weakening, right, of this f3, and it's a bit easier to play. But Dubov is very creative with his ideas. And this time it was Vincent who played c takes, and long castle. I think this is a theoretical struggle.
I don't know.
You know, I would probably play something like h3 here. The pawn on h2 is under attack, just play h3. But, you know, one thing I realized playing chess at the professional level, I mean, not at the Grand Prix level, about 2650, is that if you want to beat an opponent, for example, if Vincent goes out here and he wants to beat Daniil Dubov, what can he do? It's just not enough to play a fine positional game, because these guys, they know everything. They're so well in positional game. So you just play out your positional game and it's what, drawing 20 moves. That's it. I mean, they easily disarm you. So you need to have some kind of a really deep preparation. And it takes really some very deep preparation. And I'm sure that these players here, they've done their homework.
Okay, Vincent has only spent 5 minutes for all this, so.
Yeah, so he definitely knows this, but it's very deep, isn't it? a3. I mean, I don't know. Look, what do you think about this? So you sacrifice a pawn here, and now you play a3?
a3 seems strange, no? Because if black goes b5, then b4 comes probably with a little more strength, but it's probably some idea behind it. Is bishop b4 an annoyance? Or why does he play a3?
I have a feeling that this is a computer idea, because when you look at the position and ask yourself, where's the black king going to go? So let's just put aside the fact that black is missing, that white is missing a pawn. So where the black king is going to go? Long castle? No.
F8 maybe?
F8, but there could be the H file at some point, right?
That's true.
Something like maybe F3, E4, bishop D3, put the queen on B1, I don't know. Rook H1, Rook H8. So this must have been a very deep preparation by Winston. You just don't play like this. This is not how humans play. You just don't give up the pawn on H2 randomly and then just play A3.
So are you saying that he's preparing for a long castle, in which case he wants to play B4?
I don't know why A3 is necessary. To stop bishop B4? That is my best guess. I don't know.
Find out.
It's a computer preparation, you know. Must be some idea. Maybe, you know, maybe it's not really so simple because, you know, we just sat here for something like 5-10 minutes and we try to understand this game. But they have done the preparations. They're thinking a lot more than we have. And I think maybe Vincent's idea is also to provoke. Or maybe that's too deep, no?
Maybe, because if you play, I think if you play B5 right now, C6 is weak.
Yeah. And this is essentially what happens, right? Look at this. So he sacrifices a pawn, he plays A3, king B1. It's like, I don't care. I mean, I'm just going to continue to play the normal game here.
Well, black does have double G pawn, so I guess he's not that worried about losing the H pawn.
All right. And there you go. He just ignores the fact that he's missing the pawn, playing in the center, and the black king is very weak. And this is the final position right now. This is what they have on the board.
So why do I play? What do I play here with white? This is a good question.
Yeah.
My pawn on A3 is hanging, yeah? If I move my knight?
It depends, really, if Winston cares about his pawn there.
Maybe that's a pawn that you might care about.
He might literally not care about him. I don't know, maybe something like knight A4?
Okay, I have an idea. Can I take on D5? Maybe this is not, well, I was going to take with a pawn.
With a pawn, all right.
And then take with the knight.
And C takes and knight takes on D5, that is brilliant. So knight takes, queen takes.
It works because I don't know. But now you see that the king on B1 is very well placed, isn't it? Nothing happening on the C file.
But there could be something like queen D6, and the question is who is attacking?
Everybody.
Everybody's attacking. This is a big decision, of course. I mean, E takes. There could be also after knight takes, could be something like maybe.
C8?
I was thinking about rook C8, but I didn't notice bishop takes on C4. I saw this discover check idea.
Yeah, me too. I was very excited about it.
It's just
C4 is a problem. I still can take on D5, luckily.
Yeah, so it doesn't work. And maybe there's B takes.
Okay, and here I wanted to take on C4. I don't know what happens.
And I
take. And here, yeah.
And we just have to show this idea. After C takes, bishop D5.
Oh, nice. Yes, bishop.
And queen C6. We do see something. But this is very interesting position. And I mean, maybe even knight A4 is possible. Knight A4, sacrifice, the pawn on A3, B takes, bishop takes. Yeah, and go here.
This is also interesting, yeah?
This is not going to be a boring game.
No, we're probably going to stay with this game for a while. What if knight D5 directly?
Here.
Does that work? I thought that... oh, because now you can take on D5? Is that the idea? And if the knight moves, you have something like queen C6? Do you have that? Knight B6?
Oh, knight E6, queen C6. Wow.
Knight B6.
Knight B6.
I think that defends. I have knight F to D7 now.
Back and here, right?
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, okay, the king is still in the center. Probably anything can happen still, but it's an extra piece.
Yeah, rook E1, king of 8. I don't see anything real.
Yeah, no.
At least right away. I don't see the follow-up. Maybe there is some engine win move like bishop a6 or something. I don't know, but I don't see.
Yeah, no, I don't see anything now. D6 doesn't work.
But this is how human's mind works, right? We're thinking. I think we're thinking also how Vincent is thinking, because normally a player is coached like you're stopping your calculation when the forced moves finish. So I'm absolutely sure the young German is calculating knight x on d5 among all choices. So he's seeing this at this moment as we speak. He's looking at rook e1, king f8, and at some point when you simply run out of potential moves, you just this is not working, right? You just cross it out. You just move on. So you just look at the move like knight x on d5. You like it, you enjoy it, but then you ask yourself, is this going to work?
Arturs, we have another interesting suggestion here that I didn't consider. Queen a4.
Oh, like we're missing good moves here, right? Queen a4. Wow. So the idea is to give a check here and win the rook at a8. Wow, look at that. So also the idea is queen c7, knight x on d5, right?
Now it works very nicely.
Yeah, this is not even a sacrifice.
No.
And the knight is hanging. Yeah, this is great. This is great. So after queen a4, what do you do? And knight x on d5 is huge. Huh.
Okay, you know, if you're black, you're probably going to try to attack. Can I do something like rook b8? I sacrificed. I give the pawn back. I have an extra pawn. And I want to go king f8.
I'm going to take it?
Yeah.
I'm going to take it and think later. Take king f8.
No, you know, at least I have my rook on b8. Maybe I have some threats on the b file. I don't know if they're real.
Take on d5. Doesn't look very real, to be honest. There's some bishop f4 threats as well. Maybe knight takes, bishop takes. My gut feeling says there's nothing. Maybe I'm just wrong. Maybe you're about to get checkmated very easily here, but
I was looking at something like that before this, like after king f8, knight b5.
In a different variation, right?
Queen c6, king f8, knight takes d5 in that line that you had there. Okay, bishop f4 you're saying is a threat, but can I play pawn takes? Okay, pawn takes a3, I just lose my knight without any real compensation, no?
There's a way to continue this game, really. Can we be very creative? I mean, let me try to conjure immortal game here.
We're going to make a mess out of this game.
So I'm gonna take it, knight c3 check. Can I do something like this?
And you want to make, that's a very pretty mate.
Yeah.
So this is
very useful, right? I mean, but this is easily, it might just work. I mean, how do you play here? So bishop takes on h2.
King c1, king c2.
King c. Yeah, probably there's no mate. This is too early. Nah, there's no mate. Yeah, I don't believe it. I don't believe it myself. You know. Usually I suggest something like this, not in my games, right? Since this is not my game, I can suggest it.
No, it's not your game. Since it's not our game, knight b2 was another idea that I looked at, but I think that knight b2, there's bishop f4 in that previous position that you had.
You mean here, knight x and b2?
After rook b8, let me not give the rook up.
Takes, knight x and d5, knight x and b2.
But bishop f4, I couldn't, I wasn't certain about this.
You can sacrifice the queen.
I can.
Take, and knight x and d1. Is this so clear, by the way? Probably it's not good. Yeah, it's not good. Yeah, it cannot be good, right?
I don't know.
I don't know. I mean, wow. I mean, I totally feel for Vincent here. I mean, he is calculating this like crazy. He's looking queen a4, all the possible combinations. He's looking at knight x on d5, which probably he already discarded. He's looking at knight a4.
I think out of all the lines that we saw, e takes d5 seems the most
sort of under control, right?
Yeah.
But queen a4, you know, when you have this position, you get the feeling maybe queen a4 is just killing the game. And Vincent has an excellent coach, right? He's been coached by Peter Leko.
Mm-hmm.
And he knows how to select the best moves. And I'm sure he already sees all of these candidates moves that we proposed, and even more than that. But you cannot simply choose edicts on d5 instead of queen a4 if you feel that queen a4 might just decide a game in favor of you.
No, yeah.
Right? It's very, very difficult to walk past this, because imagine yourself the next training session, your coach asks you why you didn't play queen a4. I don't know.
It's an obvious win.
I don't know. I just didn't feel like queen a4. But I mean, you have to calculate this. Your intuition goes as far as this. You have to calculate this.
Okay, let's move on, because we still have some games. We have the American clash here. Wesley So versus Leinier Dominguez. I thought that it was going to be a very interesting game. How are they doing? Let me tell you how they are doing. So they have played 51 games against according to my database.
And how many of them in St. Louis?
Oh, my search was not that advanced, Arturs.
There's many. I mean, I know. I checked.
5 classicals.
Classical, yeah. But I think the classical games, they have played 6 games with 1-1, right? Is the current score? And for the draws?
The score in classical, yeah, they are.
It's 3-3, but yeah, 1 win each.
1 win each, yeah.
All right. Let's check this. What was this? Oh, Queen's Gambit accepted.
Oh, I was going to say that they have played the Queen's Gambit accepted lately. Like Leinier played in the last 2 games. They played the Queen's Gambit accepted, and Wesley went for the d takes c5 line trading queens. But yeah, here he went for e4, yeah?
Yeah. I know very little about this. There's so many interesting ideas. For example, one idea is to play a6. This was quite fashionable some time ago. To sacrifice the exchange.
Sacrificing the exchange, yeah.
And then after bishop e4, engines don't like it. But for humans, it's not so simple to play, because black has a very, very easy game. And then there's this choice here. When was this? After takes. Maybe not like this. Maybe it was after knight. Because I'm trying to remember, Raluca, maybe you remember, where was this idea of takes? Maybe it was after b3 that you play a5, b takes on b4, was it?
Oh, and I don't know this one.
This is a very common idea, although maybe with a pawn on e4, nobody plays like this. But black establishes himself 2 connected pass pawns at the queen side and gives white a full control of the center. So a5, this maneuver in one of the moments is a very interesting idea, although again, engines don't like it. But this, but in the previous games, they were having very solid combinations, weren't they? Yeah. I checked.
E3, yeah, I looked at those lines as well. Wesley played with e3, and later he took on c5, and they played that endgame.
A very, very solid approach. And this is something else. Maybe they're just bored, when you've been sitting in isolations, everything, and you finally get the chance to play real chess over the board, and you're hungry for chess. You want to play. I can relate to that. So d5.
First sight, I thought that white's fine, but I don't know. Maybe if I get my knight to c5.
But technically, black is behind developments, right?
Yeah.
So how do you do? I mean, take, and there could be some issues. Let's say something like this.
Or yeah.
On this.
Yep.
Or maybe even after a takes, rook takes on a8. So that's an extra piece.
Yep. So I don't have bishop b7 here.
Yeah, and if you don't have bishop b7, what do you have, right? I mean,
knight c6. How is that? Still knight b6.
I think this is too many things.
This is losing the piece in a different way.
You found a different way to lose
a different way of losing the piece. Yay.
There's 50 different ways how to lose a piece here for black. So let's not do that. But how do you play here? Maybe bishop a6.
Bishop a6 was one idea I was looking at, but I was trying to get that without okay, Okay, but it works. I'm not weakening my pawn on e6, am I?
Very risky. You know, Raluca, there could be something like knight a4 and d6. And I know from from Grandmaster's perspective is that when you start to calculate all of these lines and compare them, you just start to see ghosts, right? And even if knight a4, d6, maybe some black holds, this looks so scary. Probably, if I'm black, I'm looking for more clarity. And bishop a6, knight a4 with d6, with takes on b6, with some potential pins. It looks very dangerous, doesn't it?
How do you achieve clarity here? Excuse me for asking, but how do I get clarity? Knight a6, is this clarity?
I have no idea. How do you make a clarity? It just was an idea to finish development and force.
Knight a6. Maybe knight a6. If knight a4 is like knight a6 and
how did you say?
Knight a6 here?
Knight a6.
And knight c5?
And knight c5.
I don't know how that works out.
Okay, and if I now play knight a4, my idea is to trade away the bishops and push d6, e5.
Build that, yeah?
Yeah, it looks quite serious.
Yeah, this doesn't look nice. Bishop a6, to be honest, was the first idea that came to mind after d5, but knight a4 does look annoying in everything.
And I'm absolutely sure that Lanier is looking at this right now because he is just also asking himself a question, why Wesley is playing the e5. And actually, one of the ideas is to go for the early d-pawn push. And maybe, by the way, he cannot trade it because we already discussed he takes with the knight, not with the pawn.
Yeah, taking with the knight.
Knight a6, knight a4. Let's make some.
Okay, but okay, yeah, we don't have.
What do we play here? What's the smart move? Queen b8.
Queen b8, but then, okay, so you want to play for d6.
Yeah, this is at least something I understand because if I'm going to push e5, this pawn on d6 is well protected. It's very strong. And even if I'm not going to find anything more direct, it's always going to stay there.
One question, doesn't pawn takes e6 look good as well here? Because if you take with the bishop, bishop takes and queen d7 seems...
Yeah, that's very good, yeah.
A little annoying?
Yeah, slightly. That's a major issue. That's a major issue. So no wonder that Dominguez here is thinking. I see, by the way, the evaluation bar, it says it's equal. Would you tell? I mean, I won't tell it's equal.
Of course it's equal, Arturs. Every time you ask the engine, it's equal.
Equal.
But what is the move that makes this equal?
I like Wesley's chances here.
Maybe it's very simple, but we just don't see it. It's probably something simple.
Like what?
Yeah.
Like what? Maybe maybe there's
bishop d7.
Maybe you attack these pieces. No. I mean, maybe you can try to attack the bishop on c4 with something like queen c5, or it's ridiculous. Like this.
Okay, and now in queen e2, you take on c3 and take on d5, yeah?
I want to say that was my idea, but yeah, something like this. Maybe this, or maybe take on d5. Yeah, indeed. Maybe somehow try to capitalize on the spin. Very big moment, you know?
Okay, then queen d5, queen c5 looks interesting here, right? Didn't that win a piece there?
But this is just not jumping in my radar as the primary move. I'm looking for ways to develop the pieces, right? Yeah. So I'm looking for ways to simplify. I'm looking for this clarity, which I mentioned before. And queen c5, it might work, but it might just as well lose on the spot. Something like, I don't know, knight a4, knight b6, knight a8, bishop b4, there you go. And that's it. It just loses by tactics. So when you're making such a move, you need to be really, really careful. So let me just show you this. Here, knight b6, and where do you go, right? Queen a6, and that's Vidania, right? I mean, that's it.
Yep.
Or maybe not, or maybe queen b6, but this looks extremely dangerous.
Yeah, queen b6, bishop e7 there.
I think we have to move on.
Yeah, let's move on. Let's see one more.
Let's move on. There's already an endgame. How did I get it?
Okay. I was expecting some attacking madness here.
Yeah, but
It was a Caracan.
where's the pawn? The pawn is missing. There's no pawn on b2.
Yeah, there's no pawn on b2.
There's no pawn. Let's find it out. Where did the pawn go?
So their score is equal so far. They've played 5 classical games, and I have 2.5, 2.5, each won a game, and a few draws there.
But this is the variation which is supposedly drawn, right? If I remember correctly. I mean, I don't play it myself, but I think the general reputation of this Caracan advanced variation with the knight c6, bishop e3, sacrificing the pawn, all of this looks very flashy. It looks extremely crazy, etc. But this has been analyzed with engines. Mm-hmm. And I think black plays this line like the poison pawn variation from the Najdorf. It's very good. It's holding. And they get to the same game almost by force. I think I've seen it before. I'm curious where the preparation starts and ends, really. I mean, I'm pretty sure I know where it starts. I'm just not sure where it ends. And they go to this position. Black still has an extra pawn.
Well, I like black's chances. What do you think?
Yeah, black has an extra pawn, right? This I can calculate, but maybe white has at least a draw. Maybe if I want to draw, I can play rook c1. I play rook c1. There's going to be discovered check, which is mate. Almost a mate, right?
Oh, bishop a6, yeah.
Yeah. And I go back and rook goes here. Mm-hmm. So that's like a silent draw offer. And knight of 6 is bad because I take and take on f7. There's some big issues here on f5 and h5. So maybe this is some sort of very deep prep. And a4 is like the last attempt to get something out of this.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, seems that f4 is new.
But the pawn is missing.
I've played this before and lost against Blue-Bound.
Yeah, but what do you play here? King c5, right? Something like this.
King c5. Can we go again? Rook c1? I guess not, because of king before your plan. Just
rook c1. Am I allowed to activate my king?
Yeah, I think so. That way? Okay, I thought you wanted to go the other way.
Or king b4, by the way.
Yeah.
I just wanted to play knight e3 to make sure there's no checks.
Mm-hmm.
And start to take over. By the way, what do you do after king c5? Maybe, oh, wait. He takes, and rook c1 check. Now check out this line. Wow.
Rook c7? Is that it?
But is this something you want to do? Don't tell me white is playing this for the win. There's no way. There's absolutely no way white is playing this for the win. Even king a4 or something like b5, a4, a3. Maybe.
Well, I have that pawn on e5. Maybe I can try e6 here. Yeah. No. Without
you mean right away?
Yeah.
Wait. I cannot sort of stop it, right?
I'm hoping. I'm hoping that you cannot stop it.
Could be some problems. But this doesn't look right. I don't know. Maybe if I even play king a4, e6, I go here. Take. Do I want to go here? Not very practical.
Those pawns on the queen side look more dangerous than my only pawn on the e file, no? They are by themselves.
Yeah, but it looks very dangerous. So if I play king c5, it's the natural choice to escape the bishop b5 check.
Mm-hmm.
How do you respond? Because definitely Shirov have seen this move. I mean, there's no way he blundered this. This? Oh, wait, maybe I just make some kind of a... maybe it's still a draw. I'm going to play bishop a2 and still give checks. Maybe that's the idea. I think this is going to be a draw very quickly, by the way. Bishop a2, let's say I'm going to play something like a6. It just doesn't strike me as a position where white is ever going to play this for the win. Is he going to play it for the win? So check here, and I just go back.
Rook d1.
And you cannot play knight f6. Probably you cannot play. I mean,
I was wondering about that knight f6 and the endgame, but the e-pawn.
Yeah, the e-pawn is
very dangerous, no?
Yeah, it's going to promote very quickly, and these pawns, they're still so far away. No, I don't think Krishna can decline it. So check here, maybe go here.
g4, but careful. Yeah. I have bishop b1.
Maybe I can try to sacrifice
Don't get mated, Arturs. I had bishop b1 on king e4 also.
Where do you have bishop b1?
Earlier with the king on e4. Don't I have bishop b1? Or like king f2? Wait, I had king f2. King f2 is pretty, eh? Instead of bishop b1.
I thought I'm the one who is going for the checkmate. No, it's you.
No. You're going to get checkmated next on b1.
Oh, this is very pretty, by the way. Bishop b1 check. Of course, yeah, king e4, that's too much. That's too much. Yeah, so I think this game is going to finish rather quickly. King c5 makes sense. Maybe Krishna already sees this. He sees that this is probably going to be a draw. I think so. But he's just researching some other options because he has the extra pawn after all, right?
You always want to win, no?
Yeah. Maybe a6 something.
Maybe, give back the pawn? Can I take it?
I have no idea. I mean, take.
Do you have any good... I don't think so.
Like knight c3, but no, I mean, there's no way I'm ever gonna be playing this for the win, right? No. Yeah, it doesn't look like. No, I think this game is finished already. I mean, I'm pretty sure. This was some very, very deep preparation. Krishna was well prepared. Shirov tried his chance. It didn't work. Okay, so whatever. So you make a draw.
How's Kamer's game going on? Because I have been reading here in the chat people saying that he went for queen a4. I'm very curious to see that position. Okay, we have some things happening here.
So he did play queen a4, and I told you, I had a feeling. The queen a4 must be the move. You want to make sure, you want to double check if it's working. And rook c8, this move we didn't check it, did we? Take.
We just looked at rook b8.
Yeah, now this is the position which is on the board.
Can I take with the pawn? Or do you want knight takes d5? If I take back with the a pawn.
Yeah, probably a takes on b4 is a preparation move for knight takes on d5 because the queen on a4 is pinning the king. So one of the ideas why queen a4 was played for white is to pin the king and threaten with knight takes on d5, but a takes on b4 is a preparation move to take it. So I guess take and then what? Take.
Likewise, very, very much.
Does this make any sense?
Queen a6?
Yeah.
Queen c7?
Yeah. D takes, rook 8, queen b7. Now white is up something extra.
How many pawns? Only one pawn.
Only one, by the way. Yeah, this could be, by the way, easy to forget because when you start the variation after a great positional gambit, it might be difficult to remember. Wait, I was already down a pawn, right? I made this mistake sometimes myself in my calculations. I calculate very deep. Then I think, wait a second, it's still just equal. Because I started with a sacrifice before, so
You were looking at so many sacrifices, no?
Right. All right.
So a takes b4, knight takes d5, and the other option is bishop takes b4, but that looks, I don't know, how is bishop b4?
Yeah, bishop takes. But this is very passive, no? Because there's going to be no opening of the a file. Now white is looking very.
The queen was getting in queen a6, queen a7 earlier, so maybe it's good to keep the queen out of there.
Yeah, but maybe, by the way, you're right, because now there's knight b6.
Of course, I had seen all this.
Yeah. Knight b6 and then knight takes on d5, and black is in complete control. Wait, I think you're right. Bishop takes on b4 looks very serious. Because I didn't see this idea of knight b6 and knight e5, and now that you look at this, this looks interesting.
It's not the natural move, no? Bishop takes b4.
No, but it's linked together with knight b6. I think it's a very specific move. So black is still up a pawn.
Right. Yes, let's not forget about the h2 pawn.
So okay, let's continue this line. Let's continue. Can we do this? Can we do this?
We can do it.
Take. Oh, by the way, I'm not even obliged to take on d5. I can take.
We can take on c4. Yeah, knight b6 anyway.
Queen c2 probably. To force you to take. Take. I take a pawn.
And how's d5 here?
d5.
You can take another pawn because you attack my rook, yeah, on f3.
Yeah.
But then I have rook f1. I would be scared for my life there.
Rook f1 on d6, by the way, also is a move.
d6 right away?
Yeah.
No, but I take the rook, yeah, and you don't have.
Oh, I saw that, of course. I was just checking you.
Yeah. Keeping focus here. Thank you.
Yes, I just wanted to make sure you were seeing this. All right. So bishop e4, by the way, is on the board.
Okay, Six play this.
Takes. Bishop c4. We were discussing this, right? Take here, takes, queen takes, and maybe queen a6.
So we're also being told that e takes d5, the move that we looked at instead of queen a4, was the better engine variation. Which we have to say we don't know. We don't have engines here. We're trying to, train ourselves.
I don't argue. But listen, this was huge choice for Vincent. I mean, we're looking at e takes on d5. We're looking at queen a4, and you're just sort of instinctively maybe pushing towards queen a4 because this is maybe gives you the feeling that your opponent might have missed it. So that's why you want to play queen a4, because it immediately creates the spin and maybe brings more clarity on the board. But yeah, engines, of course, are without a card. They just say,
they just tell us.
They just tell us how little we know, right?
So e takes d5 was the move here. This has to be a very interesting position to analyze.
I mean, after e takes on d5, or which move?
Yeah, at that point after b4, that has to be a very.
This sort of did, right? I mean, e takes. What was it? I already forgot everything.
Pawn takes we looked at, and knight takes d5.
Pawn takes, knight takes, knight takes.
Queen takes, we said, because there was queen c6 idea.
Yeah, queen d6, this we had a look at, and it's still, by the way, not super clear. Maybe check here, bishop c4. Maybe knight f6. King is still weak, right? Maybe the engine says a4.
Wait, rook h1. How do you like my move?
Which?
Rook h1.
Rook h1. Oh.
Surprise. I'm going the other way.
That makes perfect sense. Yeah, rook h1, knight g. Okay.
You mentioned that before, but we just never got to play that.
But this is a very deep idea, Raluca. You have to agree, right?
Yeah.
I'm just stunned, really. Apparently you can just ignore. You can just ignore the pawn on h2. Maybe this is a known idea. For me, this is new, and he just ignores it, like it didn't happen. And this move a5, which maybe wouldn't explain why this was played by Dubov. He wants to take on h2, but the pawn on b7 is under attack, so he played a5 to push away the queen. So here, after a5, Vincent said, okay, you can take the pawn on h2, but now you're going to never be able to castle long without looking back. This is how they got here. The modern chess at its best, and I'm pretty sure that they're working. Oh, wait, this is the position. They're working with the engines, the more serious engines. I'm sorry, what did you say, Raluca?
I was just wondering if knight d5 has been played, but no.
No. At least not according to what I'm seeing here.
Okay, e takes d5 is another option. but probably transposes, and I wanted to take on c4.
So we don't want to take here, right?
Knight a2 played. Wait.
What?
Knight a2 makes a lot of sense. Knight a2. Because I want to take on d5 and win the knight, yeah? What if you take back?
I don't know.
Take on b4 is a threat, and takes on d5 is another threat, right?
Right. It's just a move I wasn't even looking at.
No, I wasn't looking at either.
I was looking at only ways to exploit the spin, and well, I don't know. There's so many moves. I could play even queen b8.
And what if I take now on d5 is the question.
And now I still play knight b6.
Knight b6.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure about this knight a2. For example, even this queen b8, because there's so many moves. So you have to pay attention to all of them. You have to pay attention to knight b6 and 3 moves after that. You have to pay attention to queen b8. You have to pay attention to what? I mean, maybe something else. But for example, the first move, queen b8, because the queen on h2 is not doing really anything. So this would be my first choice.
So you're saying that you want forced variations here, not just...
This is how I play usually. Maybe you know, maybe that's why I'm not 2700, because I'm always looking for some clarity. But I think I already mentioned before is that in order to beat such high-level players as 2700, you need to have some unpredictability, right? To go for very complex variations where you feel the nuances better, and then in the end of complications, you're emerging victorious. So maybe...
I feel like this kind of moves, like knight a2, they are such difficult moves to find, and that's what these super GMs have that maybe normal mortals don't see. They have these feelings where they find different moves that are not obvious, but they consider them as candidates. As their knight a2 is probably a very good move here. I'm not sure that the other line was winning or even better for white.
Well, this is definitely something what Dubov didn't expect. I mean, not at least right away. He was paying attention to e takes on d5. He was paying attention to knight takes on d5, maybe bishop takes on c4. And usually the mindset is, if he's going to play something like knight a2, I'm going to figure it out later. So there you go. Now you have knight a2 on the board, and now you have to figure it out. But from intuition level, I like queen b8 because it brings my queen in the game. I am looking for some clarity, but then again, for example,
something.
I'm sorry.
Something on the b file might be happening as well if white's not careful.
Right. How do you do? Maybe there's even some options to go for some endgames. For example, take. So this was my idea. I'm going to show my very deep idea, which is yet to formulate. So if I'm going to take here, this is hanging, right? And knight b6, I just take the pawn on b4. And this should be great. It should be great. I have 2 bishops. I have, although the position is still very solid. Check, king d7. Maybe there's no mate.
That knight on d5.
Yeah, knight on d5 is very strong. So I'm not sure about that. So my huge idea was after the queen trade, takes, take on c4. Now position the bishop here and claim a better endgame. Maybe this is too deep, because there's still so many moves that black could do. However, there could be even bishop d6. There's no rook b8. I just take the pawn, right?
You just take the pawn back, we have to say.
And I have a very strong pawn center.
Yeah. Is there any idea with that at some point you could take on c4 and play d5? Would that even work?
Which moment?
Here after queen b8, it's just, I don't know if it works, but could we do something like bishop takes c4 and d5?
Yeah. And what about queen b5?
Queen b5 is a move that I don't like.
Yeah, we're closing the spin, offering some trades. Although, again, it's not very clear, is it? Because I take, and this is what we call a positional sacrifice. So I have no idea. I mean, let's say bishop b4. How important is this pawn?
I really call it positional sacrifice. Because I feel like this position is much better for black than what you showed previously when
I'm going to collect all those pawns here. No, listen, I mean, serious. I mean, I'm going to play bishop d6. Okay, let's be serious. I'm going to play something like here. Oh, wait, there's c3. C3, rook c1. I'm winning back the pawn. Okay.
That's what I thought you had in mind, yeah.
I saw that, yeah. So bishop b4, I want to block these pawns and rely on my center. So I ignore the fact that you have the double pawn on the g file. I mean, I have the bishop. I have to connect the pawns.
Okay, if I get my king to c5, definitely winning, no? But
maybe. Yeah, so if I
looks off and put my rook king on d5.
You mean the black king?
No, the white king on c5, sorry.
On c5, yeah, that would be one idea, maybe rook a1.
And trade queen.
It's definitely interesting. So this only maybe shows what Dubov might be thinking here. He's thinking this. He's thinking this. Of course, he's expecting all of these ideas. He has to calculate all of this. Because I think at that level, they're thinking even much, much more than we're looking at, of course. They're looking far further because very often we're looking at lines, we win back the pawn, we're satisfied. And they're just looking for some long-term benefits of the position and much, much a deeper level. So queen b8 definitely is in Dubov's radar. He's looking at this.
I see now that on c3, that line where you had a bishop on d2, rook c1, c takes d2, black's winning.
Why did you have to spoil that line?
I thought that was. Don't we?
Are you sure that you didn't want to?
Don't we take this check on c8? How was that? I don't even recall where.
Wait, what was this? I already lost it. So takes.
No, I don't know.
It was somewhere here. I already lost it.
d5 was, yeah.
Queen b8
takes on c4 and d5.
Right. Takes d5, queen b5. This was the moment, yeah. c3, rook c1 doesn't work.
Is it winning? Oh, it's winning because that's an extra piece.
Okay. Okay, I honestly say I didn't see that. Okay, that's very nice.
And that's what happens when you stop too soon. So guys, don't do this.
Yeah.
Go all the way.
But by the way, this idea, I think this idea of having this mass of the pawns at the queen side, despite the fact that black is extra pawn, I think this might be something which could happen in the game. I wouldn't be surprised, really. So I'm just not sure which is going to be the order the most. Maybe even something like, let's say here, something like this. Something like this. I mean, takes. I'm not saying all of this is necessary, but even this position.
Maybe now your bishop d2.
Yeah, or bishop d2 or bishop f4. I'm not even sure if this position is so clear, right? Because what black essentially has is this double pawn on g7, which is simply negated by your pawn on g2. It's not doing anything.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe this is too deep.
On the other hand, I'm not sure I would like to play that with white.
Yeah. All right. Let's move on. I mean, let's
move on. There were some other interesting games. What have we been missing?
We have to go maybe.
Nakamura, I think looks quite equal still. Yeah, I see.
We can check it. Now this is.
So what did he play in the end in that position? Knight f4 he played. Bishop f5, knight f4. And here knight b4 wasn't an issue, no? After knight f4.
After what?
On move 13, yeah, after knight f4, knight b4 in the end was not a problem. Is it because I have what?
What do you have? Maybe knight e3, trade all the pieces.
Yeah.
Or maybe. Yeah, what do you have, by the way?
Well,
there must be something.
I have rook e2, but I don't think that cannot be the move, no?
There's literally a million moves. There could be even rook e5. I mean, rook e5, bishop c2, queen d2, push away this knight. This bishop is hanging.
And you're taking d5.
Yeah.
Nice.
Knight c2, I just take it here, and this knight is trapped. Or maybe just take on d5 first, and this knight is trapped. There's so many ways probably why knight b4 is not working, and that's why Nakamura maybe calculated for 10 seconds, and then he forgot about it. So Yeah, so queen d7 is the logical way. Yeah, this game is going to finish in a draw, I think.
I think so too, yeah.
So if there was no Sofia rule, I think they would already make a draw. Now they have to make 30 moves. These positions are very standard for the Berlin. And I was actually surprised they didn't get to it right away. So there's some minor changes. Maybe White is hoping for some long-term approach, for some long-term pressure. I don't believe it.
Maybe there is something, no, with the knight going to e5 or c5 later. If you can.
Maybe something like knight c5. So let's say I'm completely oblivious to what you're doing there. Knight c5, takes.
Right now, yeah.
Yeah.
And knight. Okay, yeah.
I just want to prove my point. I mean, and then somehow play on these two bishops. Maybe even some kind of an endgame.
Maybe if you get to play c4 here with white and activate my bishops, maybe that's slightly annoying, no?
Yeah.
Maybe, but I don't think Nakamura will allow it.
But this is something that White is looking for at most. I mean,
yeah,
play this knight c5, get the two bishop advantage, and even that position is so peaceful. The knight on d8 protects the pawn on b7, so black maybe can even play bishop d6.
Yeah, I was going to say that you don't even have to take on c5, yeah. And bishop d6 was an option that I was looking at here.
And what about now knight c5?
Knight c5.
Can I do this?
Can I do queen c7 is your question, no? Yeah.
That's, yeah. So
we want takes on b7 and rook b8.
Rook b8, queen a7, rook b2. And yeah, black should have enough compensation normally, no? Should be. Very active rook, queen f4. This rook is ready to join on a8 once the queen is departing the a7. Maybe something like a4, queen f4. How do you protect it? Rook e2, boom, boom, here. No, this is, black is too active. You're right, absolutely, Raluca. So this, even queen c7 is possible. So you just drop the pawn on b7, go for activity, and even this position, sacrificing the pawn, black looks so active, at least from the first sight. Maybe I'm just completely wrong, but queen e7, even this position. How real is to win this? Or maybe it is, by the way. I guess we're going to see, right?
To get into this with black anyway, no?
Yeah, but I mean, black doesn't have to play bishop d6. So
no.
There's b6, there's knight e6, there's queen c8, there's h6.
Yeah, that's...
You know, one thing I've always been amazed by Nakamura. I mean, I've played against him many times before in online blitz, because he's playing so many games online, and I have such an appalling score against him. And I was always amazed the way he's thinking. At least in the blitz games, he is always thinking the third, fourth, fifth move. In terms of when you're playing, he is already thinking about something else. I mean, not making the natural move. So I might be suggesting you that bishop d6 is how I would play, or b6 how I would play, or even queen c8. And Nakamura already is thinking about something like h5, right? and I'm just not even looking at this. So this is somehow how he's trained, I believe. He has a very unique way of thinking. And at least for me, when I've been playing these blitz games, it's just impossible to play. And then he's super fast as well. Yes. But this is still a classical game.
He's still fast.
Right.
And how is the Dominguez game going on? That was a very interesting position that we had there.
Yeah, the Dominguez game. Let's move on. And so we left it.
Okay.
Whoa, it's my bishop a6.
Yeah.
Okay.
Knight a4.
Knight a4 was played. Bishop a6.
Oh, rook a6. Yeah, that stops d6.
Yeah, that stopped d6. So this d6 seems to be the big issue.
So what do we do now with white?
That's a very good question. Maybe I just take on
e6.
On e6 at some point. I'm just trying to figure it out because maybe I have to take, right? Take. So this is a weakness. And
can you keep the pawn on d5 a little while? For a little while or not?
How do I do that?
Just wondering. Apparently not, no?
I don't know. There could be something like queen b3. Queen b3 takes here. Rook d6. And then maybe positionally sacrifice it by e5, knight e4, queen g3. There's a million ways.
Well, you can take b4. No, if you play e5 and you take the pawn on b4.
Yeah, this is just a draw, right? Probably takes, knight c6, mass trades in the center. There's a good chance the game is going to finish like this, but I'm looking for a way how white can keep the game going, because if these pawns obviously get traded, the pawns on b4, pawns on d5, these pawns get traded, this is a draw, right? There's not much happening.
And if I take on e6, rook e6 is always there.
This might be, by the way, something that Wesley is thinking, that despite the fact that black has the outside pass pawn, maybe he can get 4 versus 3 pawn majority at the king's side, try to snatch the pawn on b4 somehow, and then push 4 versus 3. And he played it, by the way, d takes on e6.
But without taking on b4.
Yeah, without taking. Yeah, without taking. It makes sense, really. So rook e6, I imagine, because f takes on e6 leaves the king very weak, right? So takes,
Queen b3 makes.
Queen b3, knight c5. There's too many threats, and intuitively you don't want to ruin your pawn structure like this.
Rook e6 is the move that makes sense here.
Right. Rook e6, and now I'm maybe
e4 is hanging, yeah.
I'm sorry?
e4 is hanging, important.
Yeah, but I just want to play knight c5 at the right moment, so I think this bishop needs to go.
Yeah.
Take, probably don't include a queen trade, knight c5. And my idea was that I'm going to prove to you that this pawn on b4 is weak. I'm not really sure. Rook d6, queen b3. Wait, there could be some forks.
Yep.
Some forks on b7. So knight c5. Okay, if I'm going to trade, rook b3, and maybe this is something that Wesley is thinking about right now, so that he has. I'm sorry.
There in the line that you had earlier with the fork, wasn't there rook d3 that black had? I just briefly saw it for a moment, but I'm not sure it works. So knight c6, knight b7. Does rook d3 work there?
I saw, of course, queen b1.
Oh, yes.
The fork is back.
Oh, that's nice. Queen d7, knight c5, and that's another fork.
That's another fork. Of course, I didn't see that, but I think that Wesley might be thinking about something like this. Where did we go again? So knight c5. Let's say we go to this, and despite the fact that black has this outside pass pawn, white has very active pieces. So f3, king f2, king e3, activate the pieces, block the pawn at some point. So let's say knight c6. I'm missing the fork on d7, but
a lot of forks.
My brilliant point was something like this. I mean, at some point, try to get this position, then use the superiority of the white's pieces, snatch the pawn on b4, and then still fight for 100 moves in a drawn position, probably. But I mean, what else can he do, right?
Yep.
What else can he do? I mean, e5? No. Knight g5. By the way, knight g5 looks interesting. Maybe at some point. Maybe
right away.
Or
right away, there's bishop d2, no? Or queen, yeah.
Yeah, there's nothing. Yeah. So I think if you want to play knight g5, we don't want to trade the knight g5. Is this even a threat, Raluca? What do you think? Is this a threat?
Rook h6, no? After queen h5.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
So I can even ignore it.
No, but maybe I can ignore it with queen c7.
There's many ways how to ignore it, right? Queen c7. Yeah, it makes sense, actually.
Oh, actually, here it's white to play, so you play knight g5 here. Yeah, sorry.
And bishop b4 is on the board. But still, this is quite pleasant for Wesley, isn't it? Because it's a slight plus. I think it's a slight plus. I mean, maybe engines are laughing at us and just what you're doing there. This is completely equal. But it's not so simple because white has slightly more active pieces. The knight on b8 is not doing anything. White has the open rook for the A file, which might be important. I will play with white.
With white, yeah.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, but the most you can get is probably you take the b4 pawn and then try to win that endgame with 4 versus 3.
Right, and now I think Dominguez is just deciding should he include the queen trade or not. That's it.
Mm-hmm.
Just intuitively trying to understand, do I need the queens or not? Because if after a takes on b4, he has to understand maybe Wesley's idea is to play with the queens. Because the black queen might not have a lot of good squares, unlike for white, because white sort of is enjoying some space advantage. So maybe even something like queen b1, rook d1, knight e4, and he's just comparing these lines and thinking, okay, maybe it's just simpler. Okay, I'm going to just take on d1, I'm going to take on b4, and it should be easier to hold this. So that's why he's thinking here, instead of the automatic a takes on b4.
Or maybe he's just not at the board.
This we can't tell, really, can we? This we can't tell. Maybe he's out smoking or doing something. I don't know.
Smoker? I don't remember.
No idea, really. I know Grishuk is a smoker, really. He definitely could be not on the board. About Dominguez? No, I don't picture him smoking, really. I don't know.
I don't remember seeing him smoking, but maybe I just didn't see him smoking. That's also possible.
Probably he's just choosing. Probably he is present at the board, but you never know. You never know, really. Yeah. So it might be actually possible scenario, right? We are calculating that the player is choosing between the combinations. He's just taking a snack or something at a time.
It's about snack time, no?
Might be. Might be.
There was how about Wojciech Rapport? How did that turn out? I see there's a pawn missing on d4,
so he won it back.
Yeah.
And we left it, where did we leave? Rook d1.
Here, yeah. Oh, we were wondering about this position, yes?
Yeah, and we were discussing that maybe knight e5, rook b6 would be a way to play with this queen b5, bishop a6. This didn't happen, probably for a reason. And bishop b6 in 7 was played.
Well, you do want to get that bishop out, no? We were trying to get it out for a long time.
Well, white is definitely better here.
Okay, and bishop f1 here, nice, because he wants to move the knight, yeah?
Yeah, so you could have played knight e5 because the bishop is, oh, sorry. Oh, I'm so bad with arrows, really.
That's another nice arrow. So knight e5, bishop g2.
Yeah, bishop g2, but let's say if I play something like knight e1, bishop g2, knight g2, and the question is, why did I even do this? Because the knight is not really going anywhere, right? Maybe back to e5 at best. So
but
this is
yeah, typical idea, no? This
yeah, very, very typical idea. Bishop f1, go away. Alternative is bishop h3, escape the pin, and then you just move with the knight.
But here we have another question. Isn't there a pawn hanging after bishop f1? Wasn't there a pawn hanging if I take on f3?
I think it's hanging, but there's a counter.
Nothing happens for sure, but
yeah, this is the idea.
Rook b5, yes.
Yeah, rook b5. White gets a pawn majority at the queen side. It's not a blunder.
It's not a blunder. No, I was certain it was not a blunder. But
right. So this is the position, knight e5, and now Rapport is thinking. Wojciech is down to 40 minutes. And one of the typical ideas in the Catalan is to play f3, e4 next, to push away the bishop, also opening this bishop here. And of course, Rapport knows this.
The bishop still can't find its place, no? And the rook on a6 is a little misplaced right now.
It's slightly dangerous for him, but still he has a very flexible possession. So like I said before, maybe it was not in this game though, or was it? No, I think it was in Kimmer. Which game was it? No, it was Decisive against Oparin. And I mentioned in a similar structure. Even if white in the end wins this pawn on b4, still it's quite difficult to win this because this pawn on b2 usually is targeted with all the pieces that black has. Very difficult. Now f3, e4, this would be my top choice. And now the question is, what should black do about it?
Can I play rook d8, which seems very natural, but on the other hand, I'm there for like rook d8.
Okay, rook b8, f3.
Yeah, no, I was going to d8 actually.
What?
No, d8. I was going to
d8. Rook d8. I misheard you. Okay.
I'm there. I'm pinning myself, but I'm hoping nothing happens.
And if I start being funny with something like
f3, e4.
Yeah, f3 is normal. E4 is funny.
And you want to take on b5, yes?
Yeah, that was my idea, but maybe
I wanted rook d6.
Maybe it's not great. And can I do something like this? What is this? This is a checkmate, right?
This looks like a checkmate. Oh,
no, well, there's room for more, definitely. There's knight g5.
I don't have to take. That's what you mean, yeah.
Yeah, knight g5. There's bishop h1.
And queen g2.
Yeah. Okay. I mean, I just made it up. I don't know if this is even working, but rook d8. Yeah, rook d8 is a serious move. But, I would be thinking maybe I want to protect the pawn on b5 first, and I play something like queen b8. Can I do this?
Uh-huh.
Or queen a7. But queen b8 doesn't stop f3, does it?
No, it doesn't. And now it... Yeah, on b4, there's e4, very annoying, yeah?
Yeah, b4, e4. So maybe indeed, after knight e5, he needs to react very quickly. So maybe queen a7. And trade. Oh my goodness, this is such an unpleasant endgame. E4, rook c5, classical Catalan, despite the fact that the bishop is out. Wojciech's chances look better. I mean, I'm sure that black is holding this, but from a practical point of view,
it's
very
not
unpleasant.
Yeah.
I'm sorry?
From a practical point of view, it's not so easy.
Yeah, no, not very easy, not very pleasant, but like I mentioned before, Rapport is a brilliant defender. He is very practical. Queen b8 is on the board, by the way.
Your move.
Yeah, but
listening to you.
I'm not sure how it helps after f3, really. So the question is, what happens after f3? Maybe after f3, he's going to play your move, rook d8.
Right, and on e4, I think that's not good.
Okay. Forget it. not going to work.
Not going to work, no? Yeah.
That could be. I mean, I'm not even saying if it's not working. Wait a second. Can we be very creative here? Since this is not our game, right? So
No.
f3, rook d8, e4, and I'm going to play rook d6.
Oh, that's a very nice idea you have there. So you want me to take so you can take with a rook? Yeah,
Yeah,
that's what you
Yeah,
want.
that's the idea,
Knight
but I'm not
c6?
sure if it's even working.
Oh no, knight c6, you take on d4 and everything is still hanging.
Yeah, just found the refutation.
Oh, that's a pretty refutation. Rook takes d4. There's still rook c8. Oh, that, yeah.
Yeah, it's just an extra piece. And if you don't take on d4, I just take on d8. I have so many things for the queen. Nah, it's probably too much. It's for blitz, not for Grand Prix.
No.
So yeah, queen b8 is on the board, and Rapport, not Rapport, but Wojciech is thinking he's just trying to make sure what happens after f3. I think f3 is his primary move. It has to be.
So what do we play with black after f3 then?
You can always retreat, of course, but those positions are slightly worse. Let's say I could do it right away. to play maybe knight e5 next. I play e4. And the idea of e4 in Catalan, maybe I didn't explain in detail, is to limit this knight on f6. And the bishop on a8 is looking at the pawn chain on f3 and e4. So that's why this f3 and e4 is such a powerful idea. And it also takes away the d5 square. So this knight is nowhere to go, really. It's the knight, really. Not going anywhere. And the pawn on b5 is weak. There could be rook c5 ideas, could be a4 ideas.
Maybe I can try rook b6 here and play for b4. Could I do that?
Yeah, you should probably, but even b4, I can play a4, right?
Yeah. That's
so
annoying.
Let's say I'm going to play rook c5, b4, a4, or even just take it, by the way. This is a weakness. There's knight c4. There's bishop b5. At that level, I think this is...
No, yeah, this is not what you want here.
This is not what you want. Yeah.
No, definitely. And probably at any level, no?
Yeah, I stand corrected. I'm probably not at any level. So I'm slightly surprised by Radoslav is thinking here.
Wait. We have your line, black wins. Wait, rook d8, e4, rook d6, knight d5. I'm just reading a line here. Maybe someone has something better.
What, you mean this one?
So apparently your line works. Rook d6. Wait, let's see this. Knight d5, rook d5, knight c6, rook d4. Black can play queen b6.
Oh, queen b6. Oh my goodness, this is so nice. Oh my goodness, this is so nice. I stand correct. Whoever showed us, you're amazing.
Nice.
Takes, check, and you win. Yeah, that's very nice, very nice. Well, I just made a classic mistake, didn't I, Raluca? Right? You stop one move early. But we're commentators, we can do that.
We can. It's very difficult to speak at the same time and try to figure out everything. People have to understand that. Hasn't this happened to you? I mean, even in Banter Blitz, it's like you play 10 times worse than you normally do.
All right. Very beautiful. Maybe it works. So that's why he's calculating this, isn't he? He's calculating rook d8, e4, rook d6. Maybe easy. Wow, that's very deep. So again, let's check it. So I suggested this as a funny idea, really, but are you saying this is serious?
e4 and rook d6, yes. So, okay, if taking on d5 is critical, if you don't take on d5,
it has to be critical, right? If you don't take, why are we doing this, of course? Take?
I have no other square for my queen, do I?
Otherwise the rook falls, right? There's no queen a1, unfortunately.
No. And no.
I see no other moves. So knight c6, rook d4 seems to be. Knight b8, rook d1 is bad, and knight e4 is bad. Okay, this is bad. Okay, so it doesn't work for white.
Yeah.
So it seems. So maybe we made a huge mistake, really, but
I think we will stand corrected. Rook takes d4 for white. Not sure.
Once again, we stand corrected?
No, I think it does not work.
Okay. So rook d6 might be a powerful move, and if indeed now some retreat is threatening, oh my goodness.
So we are being suggested this. Maybe instead of e takes d5, knight takes f7. Oh, and e5. Well, look at that. We managed to make a mess out of this game as well.
You have to calculate this, really. I mean, bishop takes on f3.
Pawn takes d6.
Takes, bishop d1.
Rook takes. Or rook.
Oh, wait, and what is just better, right?
Yes, I think so. I like that pawn on d6.
Okay, let's not take on f3. e5. Rook d. Oh, wait, this is just great. Takes. Although.
Bishop c6, yeah? There's a move. F3 has been played. Yep, F3 played.
F3 has been played. So this means Radoslav has some ideas against rook d8. And I think Rapport's queen b8 is protect the pawn on b5, also attack the knight on e5. And being such a creative player as Richard, he definitely sees the idea of rook d8, rook d6. He saw it much faster than I did. and Raluca. So
Yeah.
he's just making sure if it's going to work or not. I mean, maybe it's not necessary, but still, if he's going to play very passive and allows white to play e4, he is going to be suffering for a long time. So maybe he has to simply play rook d8. I mean, what else? What else?
Yeah, we'll see if rook d8 happens here. No, it would be some funny lines to see.
But this is a move you cannot make in 5 minutes.
No, my guess is rook d8 is not going to happen, but maybe I'm just...
Just think? No, I mean, if you can...
rook d8 is going to happen. You're betting on rook d8?
Yeah, but you're a super GM, you're supposed to calculate this, right? And I mean, yeah, sure. I think the most difficult part is being open-minded to this, because it's very easy to discard it, something like rook d8, it's not working, there's a pin. But once you see this crazy idea of sacrificing and you start to get really carried away, it's sort of your duty to calculate this until the end. And what's the alternative? So by the way, this is a very important question. What is the alternative for black? Because if white pushes e4, starts to squeeze against Wojtaszek, maybe not.
And on the other hand, Rapport is a very active player, right? He likes these positions.
Right. So
right.
Still, we can check it.
People are having a lot of fun here. I see everybody got tangled in these calculations. So knight f7. Here after knight f7, someone was suggesting e5 for black.
There's a lot of ways to get fun here. I mean, I can even play queen c5, have more fun. I mean, there could be some sacrifice on e4 and more fun. Very, very critical moment. I think, look, we have to switch the game here because Rapport is going to take 10, 15 minutes here. I'm absolutely sure. Big moment. He's going to make sure this is going to be calculated properly. We are going to come back to this game. We don't want to miss what's happening here.
For sure.
So, which over there?
How about our Decisive Oparin?
Okay.
It looks like an endgame from what I'm seeing here. Maybe this is headed to a draw. We were seeing.
So we left it about here, right?
I think so, yes.
And I announced that black has completely equalized and everything. Well, it did seem. Wait. This is interesting. I mean, check out Fedosev's idea. So he plays knight e4, seemingly nothing, allowing to take on c5. And now after bishop takes on d5, after knight takes on d5, he snatches the pawn. And after e takes on d5, he has managed to establish himself, I mean, for his opponent, an isolated pawn on d5, an internal target, and establish a very nice outpost for the knight on d4. I mean, this is really, really brilliant. So b3, he wants to force the pawn trade, and black is left with the eternal weakness. And this is what they have at the moment.
I still have to solve the problem of the knight, yes? The knight on b8.
Yeah. But things here can turn very ugly for black very quickly. If he misplays it, I'm just going to show you a couple of moves. For example, if queen f5 works, queen f5, queen g5, bishop b2, knight f5, that's it, you're done. So if something like this works, and there's no counter-strike, for example, queen f5 is top choice, I think, for an experienced grandmaster. You just want to make sure that this is working, but there might be some problems with queen f4. Some specific reason why this is not working. Because if I'm allowed to do what I want, let's say knight e7, I'm going to play bishop b2. There could be rook a1 ideas, by the way. Let's say I'm very passive. I have no idea what's happening here. Queen g5, knight f5. Oh my goodness, this looks very dangerous.
Yeah, it does look very dangerous if you stay passive.
Yeah, maybe there's hx, maybe there's nothing. But, you know, I'm just going back to this position. I have a feeling that maybe it's nothing, but maybe Oparin was not very accurate with this entire approach. That's my very gut feeling.
So here you have no other choice, yes? You have to take on c5.
Wait, where? Ah, you mean right away?
I mean, after knight fd4. D takes c5 here, yeah.
Yeah, but this is what happened.
Yes, this is what happened. I mean, but you have no choice there, no?
No, I'm thinking maybe he could have taken on c5 right away. There's no e4, not yet.
Not yet.
Because I take with a knight. The spin looks very dangerous.
There is a b3 though. Is there?
Oh, wow. b3, c takes, queen c5. The bishop.
That was my my idea, but I guess there must be something here.
Okay, I'm also gonna make impressive move now.
Yes, I'm sure. So, you want me to take, and you want to take on c4, and on queen takes, you have bishop f2. Nice.
All right, I also can think of something. I mean, maybe the position is still fine, but I have a feeling that Fedoseev got slightly what he wanted with this position. So after d takes on c4, why Oparin didn't take with a d pawn, creating himself a pass pawn, is exactly this fact that white can organize an easy kingside initiative. I think so. It looks strategically very risky. So rook takes on c4. This is like he comes with a message. I know maybe I'm slightly worse, but I'm going to make a draw here. So d takes on c4 is very, very risky approach. This could easily backfire. I mean, the king side is wide open. Maybe there's knight f5. Maybe there's bishop g5. And the c pawn maybe is not even going anywhere. So that's why he played rook takes on c4. And you know, if he would ask maybe to Oparin, wait, where was this? Something like 6 moves ago, would you go for this position? Maybe no. I don't think he would like this. At least I wouldn't like it. If I would be shown in this position, right here, that this position is leading by force to this position, I wouldn't go here.
No.
But sometimes you just have no choice. You are forced to make the small concessions after some semi-blunders, and there you are. You have this position. And Fedoseev is pushing, also ahead on the clock.
He is ahead on the clock, yeah. So we have queen b1, and I understand why black is thinking here.
Yeah.
Knight d7, is that what I have to play?
97 or knight c. Can I play knight? Knight c6 is impossible, right?
I think so, yes. I take on c6 and then queen b8.
Level 1 puzzle, really. Okay, yeah, we couldn't do that. Okay, let's play 97. And bishop b2, this must be Fedoseev's idea. This is something you can play for 100 moves. Totally. So moves like f3 to take care of the e4 and g4 squares. Maybe trade queens if there's no checkmate. Put the bishop on a1. f3, king f2, g4. Activate the rook. These knights are very passive. So I'm looking for ways to slightly simplify the position. Maybe I'm already looking for ways to get the rooking in 4 versus 3. Get 3 pawns versus 4.
Are you looking at something like queen b4 or rook b4 here?
I have no idea. I mean, just trying to understand what I'm supposed to do here. I don't want to play knight e7. This is very passive. I want to trade the knights. Maybe I will be forced to give up the pawn on d5, allow the take on f6, rook d5, and enter at some point a rook hanging 4 versus 3. I think so. Otherwise...
Queen b4 here. Can we look at that a little bit? Yeah. And bishop b2, is that what you want?
I'm not sure.
Or you want to take on b4?
I can take.
Okay.
It's not like I think white really minds the trade, but
I was just hoping if bishop b2 to make knight c6 work, but it probably doesn't work because of the constant back rank problem.
But you know, Raluca, this could be quite funny. Takes, bishop f6, takes.
I'm going to.
And I think this endgame is easier to hold for black with double pawns. So it's something like...
Sometimes it happens, no?
Yeah, even something like this. Okay, let's say I give up the pawn somehow. I don't know how it happens. I give up the pawn. And one of the ideas for white is to create a pass pawn. And because you have the double pawn, it's so difficult to do.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about this one, but there is very similar endgames where the double pawns actually is in favor of the defender.
Yes, I have seen this idea before, yeah. You're right. So maybe I can play queen before then. Maybe. We'll see what he wants to play. And what about our crazy game? Because this he played knight d7. So we'll see.
He play knight d7. I don't like it. But, you know, his position is still very solid. Maybe he can return to the idea of giving up the pawn. Maybe he doesn't even have to give up the pawn. Maybe what I'm talking even there. Maybe it's not so bad. He's going to play some passive moves. So it's going to be all right. But with such a powerful bishop on the long diagonal and the pawn on d5, this might be a problem. Okay, let's go to Dubov's game, right?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, where is he? Where's Dubov?
Okay. How did we get here? Knight a2. Just come back.
Just go back. Bishop e7.
And here taking. Because if you take on d5 instead of bishop c4, there's always knight b6, right?
If I do what?
Instead of taking on c4.
Yeah.
If we would have taken on d5 earlier in, well, a couple of moves earlier.
You mean here?
Yeah, this is what we're looking at, but knight b6. And this queen a5.
Queen a5, knight e5. This could be very solid for black. With such a knight, I believe there's a saying you cannot lose it for black. It just controls everything, and white has some dark square weaknesses. If you don't have anything direct, maybe it's not a great idea. So I like actually what Vincent did. He is going for this position, and it seems that white is pushing. So let's assume we have nothing better, right? I just take it. Take. This is a weakness. These pieces are not really well positioned because the knight cannot still find its way. And I could find a way to get to this pawn on a5. Something like, how do I do that? Bishop d2? And rook c1 maybe. Let's say a4. I'm not sure this rook c1 is even necessary or not, but I just want to illustrate my big, beautiful idea that this pawn is going to be very weak, and a3 is going to be something like b4 and here. I mean, either way, Kimmer is pushing. This is clear. I mean, Dubov is on the defensive, perhaps right from the start. He's trying to salvage this game, and Kimmer so far has been playing a wonderful game. This queen a4 engines don't like. Who said it, by the way? The chat, right?
Yeah, they said that taking on d5 was what the engine liked, but maybe queen a4, who knows, maybe it's the second best. Or But I see that things are happening. People are talking about the Rapport game where he played rook d6. I'm not sure if that's happening. And since someone asked, I should mention this now. Someone was wondering, was inquiring here whether we have a discount code, and we do have a discount code. If you guys want to go premium, you have it right now in the Twitch chat. It's Grand Prix 2022. So this is your moment. You get 40% off if you guys want to purchase the premium membership. What's happening in the game?
What's happening is, I think Radoslav evaluated the consequences of this very powerful idea, rook d8, which I made as a joke. Apparently, it even works. And he played something else. He played queen c5.
E4 doesn't work then, eh?
I'm sorry?
Well, E4 doesn't work then. Rook d8 and online.
Sort of doesn't work. I don't know. I mean, we could still.
Approved.
I don't know. I mean, I could still check it, of course. E4, rook d8. What was it? Knight f7, king f7, e5. And I stopped about here. Rook d7 takes bishop c6.
And here someone said queen g4.
Huh. Okay. So it's working.
Maybe someone who actually has an engine could tell us. Okay, almost +2.
Oh, yeah, it looks very good. If queen g4.
I like the evaluation. Oh, actually, the game that we have right now is +2. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you're telling us?
here after queen c5 is +2. So +2 in the engine's language is what is positionally winning.
Is that because e4 is a big threat now?
So if I play rook d8, this is not the same, right? e4.
It's not the same, but let's see. Now, can I just... so where do I take my bishop? Is that the question? Because there's a double attack on anywhere I go. Can we see that? On bishop a8, I lose the bishop. Yes?
Take.
Oh, I'm not losing the bishop. Queen c8, there's rook d8.
Raluca, can I please make the following move? Please. Can I do this?
Yes, please. You want to take? Nice. Rook h8.
I saw it first.
Very Petrosian.
I saw it first. This is one of the most famous, maybe Petrosian's idea. Although he sacrificed the queen on h8, but I just saw this. You just have to play this, of course. A very beautiful idea. Yeah. So queen d6, of course, queen c8 probably, or queen b5 is equally good. So
and
it's not going to happen.
b7, I thought there was some queen c7 idea. b5 is also hanging, no? That's
after what?
Bishop b7 here.
All right, protecting the c8 square.
b5 is hanging for one, yeah. And then there were some queen c7 ideas hitting on f7.
Yeah, even queen d6 is bad because you could include the queen trade, rook c7. Oh, this is it. Yeah, this is it. This is it. Yeah, this looks very bad. So this f3 e4 idea is killing. Another question is it really so bad for black, this e4? It does look fishy, right? So if I play knight d7, take e4, and the spin. And that's it. I just take it.
Where's the bishop? No? Yeah.
Nowhere to go. There's no rook c8, there's no rook c7. You cannot do that. So queen c5 is a very easy move, powerful move.
So if I just take my rook back to d8, you still play e4, and where do I get my bishop to? b5 is hanging there. I can take on e5 though.
Maybe oh wait, can I even sacrifice it? I thought I'm gonna drop a pawn and then do something, but there's some forks on c6 as well.
Queen e5, Arturs?
That's a problem.
It is a problem, yes. Pawn takes d5 and rook d5.
That's a problem. I didn't see.
No, I just saw it.
Yeah, so the queen, because the rook was standing on d6, I didn't see. So maybe queen c7 something, no?
Maybe queen c7.
Queen c7. I don't want to trade queens probably. Do I? Because my queen side is so exposed. Queen a8 maybe.
And what of e4 now?
e4, maybe look for some sacrifices. They're not going to work probably. I think he has to do something like this. I mean, what else, right? What else instead of rook d8? The chat says current position is +1 on depth 34. So that means
the extra b pawn
are saying it's very good for white. I'm sorry?
The extra b pawn maybe +1.
Yeah, maybe extra b pawn. So at some point the engines are seeing that white collects the pawn for free and black has nothing for it. So translating this into simple language, black is suffering. Yeah. A lot. So this entire idea of maybe the entire idea of rook a6, b5, it's just not very good, because what essentially Wojciech did, he just played some very normal Catalan moves, right? So bishop f1, knight e5, and f3.
And rook d8 here, we said it doesn't work, or how did we leave that?
Yeah, if there's this crazy variation, rook d8, e4, rook d6, knight f7.
Knight f7 was in the end the move, yeah.
Okay, then it does work. And now after queen c5, Rapport is thinking. I think we have to move on. What do you
I
think?
think so. Yeah, let's see something that we haven't seen. Vidit's game, since it's right there.
All right, Vidit's game against.
Yeah, it's right under the game that you're seeing. Yep.
I just have to find it.
A little below. It's right there. Yeah.
Okay, found it. Not much has changed here.
But he has castle short.
Right.
We're wondering where you're gonna castle, no?
And let's check how did this happen. So he did play short castle. He didn't like my idea of f3. Or was it your idea, really? I don't remember.
Yeah, it was.
It's a joint idea.
It was joint idea.
Okay, King h1. Very, very inspired game by Levon. Okay, I'm not sure. I can explain a very simple language how. So, but you see, by the way, short cast, he made it.
Yeah.
He made it. He calculated bishop to knight g4. And I said it's not very practical. And now King h1, so that there is no sacrifice anymore on h2. And now, for whatever reason, knight goes on f4. I guess to go after the pawn on d5. And now he plays f3. And now he plays b4. You know, I would say like this. This is a very inspired game by Aronian. Vidit is playing very solid chess. And I think it's maybe psychologically very difficult for him to play, because if I'm also not like expecting these moves, I think also Vidit is not expecting them. You're playing from black, and there comes a move you didn't even consider. Then there comes another move, and another move, and another move. And it could deliver a blow to your psychology, right? It's just, I'm not seeing anything, right? I mean, he's just playing these moves which are not even in my radar. So that could be really damaging to how you're feeling. But still, the position is very solid.
It is, yeah. So how do we, not sure, how do we follow up here? Something like 96? Would that be?
How do we play 96? Yeah, I guess 96, 92, take. I'm not sure if you take with the knight, probably take with the knight to have more, better control of the squares. Black is going to play something like rook c8, queen d7. This looks super, super solid. So I think.
Seems like nobody can get through there, huh?
Not yet.
So.
Not yet. But I think that Aronian is really trying. I think he's trying, and he's just trying to confuse his opponent. So we have to go back here. So after the short castle, he's provoking to h2. Probably he calculated it's not going to work. And he's confusing him. He's offering him to charge forward. For example, take on d3, play c4. This is like taunting, right? I mean, I'm challenging you to do something. His opponent keeps playing solid, and Aronian keeps giving these chances. And he keeps giving these chances to make as complex game as possible. Maybe take on d4, maybe push c4. And Vidit just plays super solid. So I think Aronian really here is trying very hard. But Vidit Sgircea just has made himself a goal for this game. Okay, I'm just going to do solid here, right? Because, of course, he's playing with black against one of the most creative players in the circuit. So draw for him would be probably a good result for the tournament.
How do you like the knight's endgame in So Dominguez? We are being asked. How is the knight's endgame in So Dominguez?
I have no opinion because I haven't seen it yet.
I haven't seen it. They traded everything. We don't even know how that happened. So was it he took on b4? So maybe he was just taking a break at the time.
I think Wesley was trying to get to this position, which I described earlier. He was trying to get the knight to b3. With the current ordered moves, it didn't work. And this This was not in his plans. I don't think so. I don't think so. He wanted to do this, to trade both rooks, because now if somebody can be better, it's only black with the
passed pawn.
Yeah, with the passed pawn, and there's no open files for the rooks. F5. Most likely, this is going to be a draw.
I was thinking that, yeah. Even if I don't think you lose the B pawn, but even if you lose it, that's how I lose it. But maybe I just bring my king as well. No, knight, king.
Yeah, there could be some forks on G5. You know, I'm not sure, but let's say okay. Let's make some normal moves. Let's say knight C6.
King F7 was a normal move, but you say knight G5.
Okay. I stand corrected. King F7 is the normal move, and now.
Oh, and now on King E6 you have the fork. That's what you're telling me.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe King F6.
But then I'm not going to E5.
I don't know where I want to go. Maybe I want to go here.
E5, no? Mm-hmm.
I just want to push forward the king side pawns. I'm making the draw here. Or do I want to go for this pawn? Or maybe I should, by the way. King F1, King F7, King E2. But what is faster, isn't the key?
Mm-hmm. We could give it a try. King E6, yeah?
You want it? Okay. Now G5 here. Take.
Four.
Oh, wait. Oh, this is something, isn't it?
But King D2, and I'm not advancing, and you want B2, and you're advancing.
And I could even try to dominate with something like knight E4.
Mm-hmm.
Knight E3, and at least some sort of perpetual check or something. I'm not sure, but this looks. I like it, by the way. Even B3, knight E3, and something like knight H4. Black should be okay, by the way.
Black should be okay, but I'm okay. So now G3, there's knight F3.
Yeah, G3, knight F3. I collect the pawn. I keep the pawn here. So maybe this entire idea of taking the pawn on H7 is not so great. Here.
Yeah.
Well, I think it's the bottom line. The bottom line of all of this funny analysis is the position is equal, Raluca, right? I think it's equal, but
I think it should be equal. Even in that position that you had earlier on the board, that end game where white takes the pawn on H7, I was thinking maybe I could try and go after the G pawn. It was the only pawn left, and even sacrifice my other knight. No, it's.
You mean here, takes, here.
King
How do you
D2,
do that?
Probably, I will play King D2 probably.
King D2, B3?
And in that position, knight D3, knight B3, you're saying. Okay, knight B3.
I'm not saying anything, I'm just moving the mouse.
Knight B3 is interesting because maybe then I can play knight B3 and King D3.
But you're not playing for the win this, are you?
No, this is a draw.
Win this.
I was trying to make an easy draw. I don't know if it's an easy draw.
Okay.
No, it's not for the win, of course. I was thinking black is pressing. So what happens here? Sasha big time trouble.
Who? Grisha.
Yes.
We haven't looked at his game forever. It's not huge. It's a lot, 7 minutes.
Oh, he still has a lot of time. It's been worse than this.
For Grisha, this is like 5 games combined. Wait, no, he has a lot of time. 7 minutes for him, it's not a time trouble. But this idea B3 was this recently played by Magnus Carlsen? Was he? Was he playing this? Because he was constantly surprising Jan Nepomniachtchi in the World Championship match with some rare moves.
Mm-hmm.
Was B3 among them? I don't remember, but there's so many rare combinations which still give white a fine game. So Grishuk is happy with a draw. That looks quite apparent. And this is the position. You know, this slightly reminds me of, what does it remind me? There's this one variation. I'll just try to remember. Was it in the Grunfeld? There was, in the exchange Grunfeld. Oh, okay, it's going to be slightly different structure. I'm going to try to remember it. If I don't remember, please forgive me. Okay, here we go. So I think it was the idea. I just want to show the idea, right? C4, C6, B3. So this idea of D takes, B takes, C5, it exists in the Grunfeld. And now after, I think it was something like bishop B2, you know, I don't remember. Queen B6, Queen C1, takes, and you get the same structure. So white plays something like knight B3 or E3 pushes C5, and black is trying to block this pawn on C4. So here the difference is we have Ian Keto the bishops on G7, and what we have on the board is more or less the same, except it's not the Grunfeld really. I mean, it's not G6 or bishop G7, but the bishop is standing. I mean, bishop is not even there. The bishop is on A4, but the pawn structure is very similar.
Yep. Yeah. It's the idea of getting a knight on C5 is there, no, and blocking that pawn.
Right.
So you have this weakness on C4, no, that you try to attack, but on the other hand, you have a pawn on B7 that you need to defend. And probably what happens sometimes is that you trade one for the other. This, like, I can see this happening, yeah.
I think Grishuk is ready to sacrifice a pawn if he has to, because these players well understand, much better than everybody else, that passive defense is not what you want. For example, let's say an average player is thinking, oh, my knight on C5 is under attack, the pawn on B7 is under attack. Okay, I'm going to take this, and bishop C6. And in the end, he gets maybe in a slightly worse position because of this. So Black tries to solve his problems with very aggressive approach, right? I'm going to play for activity. I'm going to drop the pawn on B7 if necessary, but I'm going to create some practical problems for white. This is how usually the best players in the world are playing. They don't care about their pawns.
Yeah, besides, I think you will take the pawn on C4 back if that's...
Probably, yeah. So how do I play here if I'm Esipenko?
Okay, first thing that I would look at is, of course, take the pawn, even if black takes it back eventually. You probably still have to look at what happens if I take on C5.
Take.
What happens is
I cannot do this, right?
Yes, right. But I cannot take on B7 either because of rook D2. So that kind of answers all the questions.
But is it so clear? Wait. I just want to explore this. It's ridiculous, of course. I know. It's ridiculous, but
wait, you can take and rook B8. Yeah, that's what you.
Yeah, this is my huge idea.
Queen F8.
And there's an extra pawn, but the problem with all of this is black is not obliged to do this. So he can play some kind of a quiet move as H5. Make a window, keep all the threats. This knight is weird.
It is.
This check is still threatening. The pawn is a pawn, but it's blocked. I think this is very dangerous. Something like this. So rook D1 check, maybe knight C2, queen C4, and who is already playing for the win? It's black.
Black.
So you probably could do this.
So I cannot probably take on B7 here, yeah?
I mean, if you don't take the pawn on B7 right away, you simply cannot do this. Yeah, because rook B7 or bishop B7, I snatch the rook on D2 and take the pawn, take the knight on A3. That's it.
Yeah.
So if you don't do this, you simply don't take it. Maybe.
What are my options then?
Maybe something like queen C3, rook D1. Oh wait, queen C3 is a fork. Oh my goodness.
Yep.
Did I say that, queen C3?
No, it was an idea in the future.
Oh, okay. Maybe queen B2.
Queen B2.
Have some extra pressure here. Rook D1. I think that Grisha has everything under control here. So he can even play knight b3
I was
e.
going to ask, wait, okay, yeah.
Even this, he can do this at any time. I don't think he is experiencing any problems. Maybe he's looking for more. Maybe he's just enjoying the game, you know, not thinking about too much about the result. You know, sometimes this can be a problem because when you are really fixed on an idea, like let's say this is a very important tournament, and before the tournament, I decide myself, okay, this game I'm going to try to play for the win because opponent is so strong. I'm black. I'm going to play solid. This guy I'm going to try to beat. I mean, then I hope that +2 with 2 victories, all the draws is going to be enough for me to qualify for the final stage. But when you have this kind of mindset, sometimes it can backfire because you unexpectedly get chances with black. And then you're just like conflicting. You have the conflicting thoughts because you sort of want to keep solid, play solid, but maybe you can make an unexpected result which you didn't plan before. And maybe the viewers don't really think like that, but I know many professionals are thinking like this. They are selecting the games in a tournament and they have a tournament strategy. So this game, I'm going to try to win. This game maybe draw. Maybe I'm going to try to play it peacefully. And when such a critical moment arises, maybe the problem is it could be difficult to adjust.
That's very interesting. Yeah. I never thought of it that way. I always thought that they just, play the game.
It depends on the player. I think it really depends on the player because probably most players do play from game to game, but I know that this tournament strategy sometimes can backfire. Maybe just my experience. I don't know. Maybe I just told my experience and announced that it's everybody's experience. Okay. Rook d8 is on the board. Esipenko is thinking he has extra half an hour.
Oh, we have a draw already on the second board there. Hikaru Nakamura made a draw against Bakrop.
Yeah, this is not really a big surprise.
On move 30.
They make move 30. Okay.
On time.
On time.
What about Shirov's game? Because that was also headed towards a draw. And we were wondering,
yeah, it's a draw already. It finished exactly as I predicted. A4, king c5, bishop b3, a6. Okay, I didn't expect a6, but at some point, white simply has no ideas to continue. And we were told that this was already played before by Shirov against, who was it, Dubov in the World Rapid and Blitz in December. So f4 is a new move, apparently, here. Shirov lost the game. So he definitely had some ideas in this position, how to extract this. So this was a pawn sacrifice. This was not a blunder. He wanted to check some ideas. His opponent was very precise. So effortless draw. I mean, what can I say? It's not like probably should have really minds. He tried. Didn't work. A draw is fine.
Yeah.
So we have already 2 games from 8 finished.
And Lanier, I'm seeing the position right there. He didn't go for the king d6. Crazy idea that, well, not crazy, but he went knight d6, the safer approach.
You mean Wesley against Dominguez?
Yes.
Here, king d3. But he did knight c6.
Oh, knight c6 was the...
Yeah. This is what I wanted to suggest, and then you said, no, it's king f7.
Why not?
Okay.
No?
Yeah, but this also makes perfect sense. The position looks completely equal. White has potential to misplay this. If he trades too many pieces, like 2 knights, his pawn endgame could be dangerous. On the other hand, if he managed to snatch the pawn somehow on b4, he has an extra pawn. But since his king is so far away, I don't think he can win this.
I think Dominguez is a very good endgame player. No, from what I've seen, he plays endgames very well. He has.
I think they all do actually. They have to.
It's true.
They have to. Knight e2.
Can we look at Kamer's game, please?
I think this game is going to be draw very quick, by the way. Something like g5, h5, maybe h6, g5, trade pawns, draw. Yeah, Kamer's game.
That was very interesting.
And actually, what this is exactly what happened in the game, as I predicted. D takes, queen c6, bishop d2, rook a6. We stopped here. I said that White's idea maybe is to play something like rook c1, and maybe Dubov defended against this idea. He played rook a6. He not only defended the pawn on a5, he defended against this positional threat. So let me show it to you again. If something like a4 would happen, rook c1, if you don't trade the rooks, the rook is coming here on the last rank, maybe a problem. So after takes, let's say I take with a king, this pawn is now very far away from these pieces, very far. It could easily get lost. An a3, b4. That's the idea. So I think Dubov actually defended from this threat. He killed two birds with one stone, so to speak. Rook a6 and knight c1. Well, naturally, you want to improve your knight.
Where am I improving my knight?
Somewhere.
I was trying to find a square for it now.
I'm not sure I understand the move knight c1 really. Why don't you start with something like rook c1? Because I want to activate my rook. There must be some deep idea. Why not rook c1? Because this looks so natural. How do you play here? Something like rook a8, right? I mean, not allow this check.
Yeah, I mean, the knight on a2 is not doing much. That's also true.
I think knight c3 is bishop b4. That's what he didn't like. But do you really need the knight on c1? This looks very slow. I don't like it. So maybe just activate your rook somewhere far. Rook c6. And you can always play your knight c1 or knight c3. Just on the intuition level, knight c1 looks weird, you know? It just, maybe it's okay. Maybe it's okay. What do I know? So maybe it's even possible for black to play bishop b4, takes, give up this pawn by playing something like knight h5, knight f4, going after these pawns here, maybe g5, drop the pawn on b4, go for active defense. No, but Dubov played king e8.
So what is our plan here? How do we get that pawn on a5? If we get it?
Yeah, that's a big question. With the knight c1, I'm not sure where the knight is going to go. Where's it going with the knight, by the way? Knight d3? And then what?
Then what, yeah.
Where's it going to go? I just cannot picture the place for the knight.
Maybe it just stays on c1. Waiting for the right moment to go to b3.
Maybe he has a deeper idea. He probably has a deeper idea. Maybe he wants to... I'm sorry?
Can I get my king to a4 first and then play knight b3?
That's one of the deep ideas. Maybe that's his idea. So if I play... But you can always play a4, right?
Yeah, you can always play.
It's going to take forever for you to attack this pawn. Knight e2, knight c3, rook a1, king b1.
And the other idea, that's even deeper, was to put a rook on a4, but it's not going to happen, is it? Or on
actually, this is what I wanted to suggest, Raluca. I mean, I want to put the knight on e2 to take care of this threat, knight h5, knight f4. So maybe this is a very deep concept. So knight e2, king c2, rook a1.
Well, and bishop c3.
Bishop c3.
Maybe he wants to play rook d4 and rook a4. Just like that, but a4.
Oh, just like that. Maybe. But of course, the question still remains, what happens if black plays a4? How do you get to this pawn? So this is, by the way, a nice move. I like it. He attacks the pawn on g7. I imagine Dubov wants to play g5, g6, to play g4 something. Otherwise, this pawn is weak. What will you play, Raluca? I'm not sure.
With black?
Yeah.
That's a good question, yeah. I'm not sure if I try. Can I try something like bishop f8 and
Bishop what?
bishop f8? Would that
Bishop
be
f8. With idea of 97 something, right?
something? Yes.
Why not? Makes sense. If I'm going to ignore your idea and play here.
Well, a4 I have to play, yeah?
A4 you have to play. It's not going to work, is it? I mean, how are you going to position your rook on a4?
No, you're not on a4.
I don't like it. I still don't like it. I still don't like it. I mean, sorry, Vincent, I don't like it. So I would indeed try to keep the knight on a2. So bishop d2. Maybe he could have played something like king c2, rook a1. Why not start with these moves? King c2, rook a1, maybe knight c1 you can play later. Put the rook at a1 first. You keep the option to play knight c3. But maybe there's nothing. Maybe there's nothing really.
Thinking that rook a1 is that's where I want to get my rook, but I couldn't now with the knight on c1, right?
Right. And a4 is played very quickly by Dubov. And now you cannot get to the pawn here. Black is going to play a3 whenever he's going to feel the right moment. I think whatever moment Vincent had, it's gone. It's gone. I think he had some chances in the second game. I'm not even sure about this craziness, which we were having a look at with the edicts on d5. He had a brilliant concept. And he had a slightly better endgame here. And I have a feeling he could have been creating more problems. Maybe it's nothing. Maybe it's still nothing. Maybe I'm just trying to imagine something which is not even there. But somehow, with all of these moves, and now king a2 he plays.
Okay, this is the position. I was actually thinking maybe it's time to come back to a2 with a knight, but I understand king a2 because if you don't, if black plays a3 and you play b4, there's some.
Yep. That's a brilliant idea. a3 b4. Of course, you need to make sure there's no rook c6. For example, let me just make some ridiculous move, something like g3. Wait, it's black move. a3 b4 rook c6. We need to make sure this is even working because rook d3 is going to be bishop b4. There could be some issues.
And if I move my bishop rook c2?
And if you play, where do you go?
Yeah, if I move my bishop, there's rook c2, no?
Yeah, there's rook c2, but there's king b3. Okay, this I missed. King b3, knight a2. This I didn't see. I only saw a knight e2, bishop b4. So that was a very quick idea. And then rook c2, rook e2 is incoming. But okay, a3 probably doesn't work right away. I'm sure that Dubov is looking at this, but there's no need to force this. So if I'm Dubov, I'm probably thinking something like g5, g4 to play g6, or maybe just bishop f8. I mean, yeah.
g5 played, Arturs.
He played.
Yep.
I like it. g5.
Yeah, because I don't need to defend g7. I can just play g4 next.
I think Dubov is comfortably holding this. You know, I can't even see an easy scenario. Something like rook d4, bishop b4, knight e2, knight c3, trade the bishops, rook a4. Oh my goodness, there's so many tempos. Something is going to happen at king side during this time. And there's no king a3, right? This is very important. Maybe.
Oh, I have a. What if we trade the bishops? Something like make bishop b4 work, and then you do get king a3, and you can probably take the pawn on a4 if you do that.
Okay, I'm gonna try to play knight h5, knight f4. So
let me continue with bishop b4.
Bishop b4. Okay, let's just try to make it straightforward. Takes.
I'm going to play into what I wanted. Yes, see if it.
Yeah, I'm just wanted to sort of prove the point. G3, knight h5. Oh wait, knight h5.
Knight h5, and here maybe 92. Yes,
92. Rook activates.
That's true.
So g4, knight f4, king a3, and even this position. I mean, even something like this happens. Let's say here.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe there's some chances. But I'm sure that Black's game can be improved, and this g5 idea is very natural. It just he takes care of the f4 square. He's threatened with g4. He wants to play g6. He wants, by the way, I think the concept of the move g5 is he wants to trade pawns in general. I think so, because he's the defender. He knows he's slightly worse. He is making the active defense, but I'm pretty sure he's going to make it without much trouble.
Well, we're being told that it's plus 0.3. That's probably nothing here. Yeah.
0.3?
Yeah.
That is, I don't know, how much worth is it really? A cup of tea, something extra. Not a lot. It's pleasant, but you can live without it.
What games haven't we seen? What about the Group A? There was Krishna playing, and who else was on Group A? Okay, Nakamura, who made a draw.
Right.
What about Oparin? Yeah, there we go. There we have it.
Yeah, this game we left it some time ago because there's 8 games at the moment, 4 pools, 4 players. In each pool, 16 players. So again, to remind you the schedule and the system of the tournament, every single player of the tournament is divided in 4 pools. They're playing double round robin tournament, 3 games with each other, 1 white, 1 black. So there's going to be 4 games in a row. Then there's going to be a rest day, 2 more games. And finally, if there's going to be a tie of the first place, the first place and the second place is going to decide the fate who gets to the semifinals in a tiebreak. And then eventually we'll have 4 winners of every single group, which will advance to the semifinal. Semifinal, again, we'll have 1 game, 2 games, tiebreaks if necessary, and finally move on to the finals. And ultimately, the winner and all of the runner-ups will receive a certain amount of points, which will be important for the overall standings of all FIDE 3 Grand Prix tournaments. There are 3 Grand Prix tournaments, 24 players in total, but in every single stage are playing only 16 players, and everybody is playing 2 tournaments. So you have to show the best of pretty much 2 tournaments.
Yep.
So yeah, I think it also maybe for somebody means if he doesn't make out of the group, it's game over. So you really, if you want to qualify for the candidates tournament, you have to try to qualify for the semifinals. Otherwise, the chances to qualify for the top 2 in the end could be very, very low. So we have this position. What is this? H4.
And you thought here you were thinking that white would be attacking.
I thought so.
So queen b4 was played in the end.
So Fedosiev is not sure enough about endgame yet. He can always go for this. Here's the thing. He can go for this. If he feels it's burning, he plays bishop a1. He wants to keep the chances to play for the checkmate. Queen m1. And of course, Oparin is looking for ways to create a counterplay. So that's why he plays h5, h4. Maybe he wants to take, maybe he wants to sacrifice on e3 and expose the white king. Is this possible, by the way?
That looks very tempting, to be honest.
Doesn't it, right? Looks very nice. But let's just make it work somehow. How do we make it work?
We have to make a move for white, and it's not so easy to make.
Something ridiculous.
Yes.
Like rook e1, right? Take, 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 and queen g4. So that's the idea.
94 looks very bad for white.
Yeah.
Bishop.
Of course, this is ridiculous, but I mean, this rook e1 makes no sense. But this something like this could be threatening.
In that position, Arturs. Yeah, after bishop e5, that should be very good.
Yeah.
Maybe f6 works there.
Yeah, I agree.
How about something like if you want to take on e3, what if I put a bishop on d4?
No, but I think here, what eventually Oparin is doing, he is not really playing for the win. I think this we have to understand. He is playing active defense. This is active defense, because what choice does he have? So his opponent is pressing. He's not trading queens. So if Fedosey wanted, he could play bishop a1, trade queens, play f3, king f2, and try to squeeze his opponent in an endgame, but probably Fedosey suspects it's not enough. So he wants to try at least some chances to go for the checkmate, go for some practical chances. And Oparin is trying to play very active to create counter chances, which might force White to make some trades, because he has to be careful of the of his opponent's counter chances. I think something like rook d4. This is Oparin's idea. I think so. I would have played this. So after something like rook d4, try to provoke trades, and then resume the idea to play, I'm not sure about h3, but something like h takes, and we compare this position. It already feels that for black it's slightly safer, because with our active ambition, we managed to persuade White also to think about his own defenses. So I think that's just an active defense. And look at that. Fedosey plays bishop d4. He doesn't care.
He doesn't care.
That's very bold.
Yeah, I think that after you trade rooks, you even have to be careful with White, right? Because queen d2 is there. It's not so easy, yeah?
This is very bold. I'm slightly surprised. Maybe he is just totally confident there's nothing. There's nothing. Because he's going to play f3 and king f2. I think so. You want to play f3 to take care of these squares. King f2 so that you are covering the e2 square, keeping everything sort of intact. The queen on b4, what's it doing there, right? Maybe it's just a brilliant move.
No, but I think what can black have if you don't have the sacrifice on e3? What's the alternative that you could play for?
Yeah, he's also making sure there is no sacrifice.
Yeah.
He is preparing to play f3. I think he's preparing to play f3. Otherwise, black's activity at the king side is quite serious. So you need to just make sure you're not missing anything. Something like queen e7, queen e6, queen h3, take something, I don't know. So f3 sort of takes care of many squares, right, at the king side. So f3 is probably expected to be played next. By the way, I mentioned in the chat that So Dominguez is a draw. Let me check.
Yeah.
It's a draw. It's a draw. So we have 1, 2. How many draws do we have?
Draws so far. We have the results right now on the screen.
Three draws. And more are coming.
Balanced games.
More are coming. Raluca, do you think there's going to be a decisive game today?
From what I see so far, I don't think we're going to have any decisive games. I thought that we would have one in Dubov, Kemer Dubov, but that doesn't look like it now.
Now it doesn't really look. So
and what about Wojciech Rapport?
Right.
What's happening there as well?
Yeah, I think we have to switch to this. I think we have to switch to this because this indeed might be the most realistic game.
Wait, am I counting that right? Is okay, yes.
You're counting it right.
Yes, White won the pawn on b5. Yeah.
So what happened here? We left it after queen c5, rook a6, queen c7. Why not e4 though? Okay. I mean, I'm not sure. Why not e4?
Because the knight on e5 is still hanging. Maybe that's still working.
Now, maybe the idea that black is going to play bishop c4 anyway. This I forgot to mention.
And queen e5, Arturs is not working instead of.
Did I blunder it again?
No, you're not blundering it because you're taking on d5 and probably taking on b5. No.
I think I missed it for the second time already. This knight on e5. Okay. Yeah, queen c7. You're absolutely right. Queen c7. I missed it in a different version. It was after rook d8. You remember?
D8, yeah.
Okay. Queen c7, you need to protect the knight. And this is how they got here. So Rapport was happy to sacrifice, and look at this. This is very brilliant defense. He was happy to sacrifice a pawn. I mean, I did mention this. At certain level, grandmasters stop caring about pawns. They just focus on active defense. So for example, something like bishop takes an f1, king f1, b4, a4. This is the torture. There's going to be rook c5, knight c4, king goes here. This knight is out of the game. This is a classic, right? So you don't want to do that. And in Rapport's view, he simply doesn't have a choice. He has to give up the pawn so that he gets some active chances. g5 with some ideas to push g4, go after the pawn on e4. So he sold the pawn on c4. And look at this. Even Wojtaszek is not even taking the pawn right away. He first played g4. Only now took it.
Yeah, I was looking at that he waited for a long time before taking on c4. He's probably thinking that he can take that at any point as well, no? I imagine.
Right. Well, Rapport has decent chances to save the game. He is very active. He might play knight h7, knight f8, knight g6, activate the knight. Maybe there's something better. Maybe, I think knight h7 makes perfect sense here. I would play knight h7 here. Of course, you need to take into account what white is going to do next. So knight h7 could be knight e5, rook c7, etc. So it's not so simple.
I like black's position, even if it's a pawn down.
You like black's position?
I think as a counterplay.
I don't like black's position, but I like what black's is doing.
Okay.
I still don't like his position. I think the position is not very good, but I like how he is defending. I like that. I mean, the active defense, right? So this I like, but the position, I think it's still worse, but he's doing everything. He's literally doing everything. Very active defense. And these knights, these pawns are limiting the knight on f6.
Yeah, but it's not so easy to get your pieces out of there, is it? Or
No,
is it just
it's not.
illusion?
Yeah, it's not. So can we try to do this something like knight h7 and knight e5, right? This could be a problem. So I think I want to start with something like, oh wait, I cannot even play rook b7. I cannot even do this. There's going to be a fork. Just wanted to cover the seventh line before I play knight h7, knight g6. So how do I play it?
Can I play rook h8 here?
Okay. I saw your check, by the way.
And you saw my knight e4, yeah?
Knight e4. Oh, yeah. So rook a8, king g3. This is nice track. Yeah. You cannot take it. That's a pin. I didn't see that, to be honest, but I thought king g2 looks so natural.
It's true, yeah. It's very natural. Nothing happens.
And now, yeah, this knight is not doing anything. This is the problem for Rapport. So he's looking at this right now. I think he's looking at this. How do you activate the knight? So it's not so simple, right? I'm going to play knight h7, knight f8, knight g6. Everything is great. You still need to account what the white is going to do to you. And then he sees that rook b7 is knight f5. So what's his thought process here? I'm just curious.
But maybe you can give that line with knight h7 a try. And I will let you play rook c7.
I not play rook b7, no?
Oh, and rook b7 also.
Maybe this.
Maybe that, yes.
But no, this entire idea sort of loses the purpose.
Because you're saying that you trade knights.
I might do that, yeah.
But then how do you make progress if you trade knights? Don't tell me he played rook h8. Is that the... He played rook h8.
Rook h8.
I'm not sure he should listen to me.
So, king g3 we are not going to see, totally. King g2 is going to be responded, I think, in 10 seconds.
Yeah.
It has to be. What else? Maybe 93, 92. That makes no sense, really. Yeah,
I think in G2, like, yeah, you said this.
In G2 is going to happen.
And what am I doing next?
Maybe now he wants to play rook b7. But I'm not sure I like this. Because this was still keeping the pressure on the b file, on the b pawn, right? So why is this rook h8 so important? Maybe he wants to double the rooks somehow.
I was going to ask that. Do you think he wants to play something like rook h4? And that's also very long, no? I
That
mean,
is very long.
I could even play rook d8 here.
This is never going to happen. I mean, for this to work, I can play just rook c7, right?
Right, but if you play rook c7, rook h8,
and I take it and play something like here.
king f2, just like that.
There's nothing.
There's nothing. Okay.
No, there's nothing. I don't think that Black could do this. I'm slightly surprised actually by this move. Maybe also is Wojciech. I think he's just before spending before playing the automatic king g2, which would be done in a heartbeat. Maybe he's not thinking, where's this trick, right? What's happening after king g2? What I'm missing here? So it looks so natural. What I'm missing here? There must be something. Maybe there's okay, knight g4, it's too much. Okay.
Yeah, because there's no perpetual, no rook h3, even rook c3.
Yeah, I was looking at something like this, but this is there's no threats even. So just rook f2 and
yeah.
I don't know what he's thinking about. Maybe he is looking for more. Yeah, by the way, this might be a bad habit of a strong grandmaster. You're always looking for more, right? You see the move king g2.
95, actually, yeah.
Yeah, 95. This is what I just wanted to start this thought, and Radoslav finished it. So you just look for more, because rook h2 check is just one check. I just play king g1, probably. Yeah, king g1, not king g3, Raluca, right? Not king g3.
Not king g3. You don't want to lose the rook, no.
Yeah. So he saw king g2, but he was looking for more, because knight e5 was in his plans before. After rook h8, the automatic response seems to be king g2, but then he starts to have thoughts, what if this check is not a big deal? What if I just play knight e5 right away? So he did.
So now I don't have any good... rook h3 is not threatening anything.
Rook h3?
No threats there. Rook h1, I don't see where it's going, and rook h2, just king g1. So how do I do this? No funny sacrifices either.
This is just lost, no? Or maybe I'm just jumping to conclusions. Because if rooks get traded, maybe I should correct myself. If this looks almost lost. Unless Black somehow managed to activate the knight. Maybe it's not so bad, I don't know. But king f8, king e7.
Maybe you can try to do that via f6, like try your knight h7 idea now.
You mean after knight e5?
Like after all the trades, rook h2, king g1.
Right. And now knight h7.
Yeah, because on rook d7, I was thinking I could try king... Could I try king f6 though? I think I'm just rook f7. No?
So your idea maybe is rook d7, king f6, right?
Yeah, but I'm seeing now rook f7.
Oh, that's nice.
No, nice for white, no?
Yeah, this is a brilliant defense. So Black is very active, X support doesn't matter. Knight h7. And threat is f6 with the pawn. If I play king f2 here?
Yeah, king f2, I was thinking.
This should be lost, Check here, knight c4, knight f8, and something like here.
I was also considering king f6 instead of f6. Could that work? King f6 here.
And I just win a pawn, no? Knight e7, knight c5.
Ah, yeah, I don't like that.
It feels technical position. So, I mean, this is what I said after the rook trade. After the rook trade, it feels a technical position because there's no longer the pressure on the pawn on b2 and the knight on f6. By the way, notice this knight on f6. It's still not doing anything. So it really begs the question, why could black could have done something better, like improving this knight on f6? It feels like a good knight, but it takes forever to get to the g6.
Okay, so, but he played rook b5.
Yeah, I don't think he's gonna trade rooks.
He played this rook b5 and knight d3.
Knight d3, yep. Knight d3.
Well, on the other hand, white's not making a lot of progress either, no? So I shouldn't, with black, I shouldn't be trying to actually do something. Just hold this.
Yeah, but now white can even play something like knight b4.
Knight b4. I was thinking knight c5, but yeah, knight b4 also.
Knight b4, rook c7. You just have to rely for some tricks. I mean, it's just a healthy pawn, maybe even more. White's pieces are active enough. I really like this setup, which maybe makes some resemblance to the Marazzi bind. It's not a Marazzi bind, but one of the Marazzi binds pawn structures ideas is to limit your opponent's piece activity. And this is exactly what those pawns are doing. Limit the knight on f6. Maybe I should try to do something like.
There he goes.
Like that.
Rook h2.
Is he going to trade?
Okay, now I can even go king g3, yeah? But king g3...
I think his idea after king e3 to play rook h3, keep rooks on the board, have some tricks.
Come back.
Yeah, so king g1, maybe he could go back. And king g3, I have no idea what he wants, but I think the trade favors white. Let's switch this game. Here, Richard is suffering.
What's happening in the Keimer Dubov? How did that play out here? So where's the bishop? Traded for the knight. How? Yeah, with knight b4.
So after, yeah, we left the game after g5, knight e3, g4, knight b4.
That was the other idea, yeah. To cut the bishop and play king a3.
Yeah, takes, knight e7, f4. So Vincent is still pressing this. Black is not out of the woods yet.
No.
I'm not sure, again, about the trade on b4. But then again, how do you play it, right? Because rook a8 could be some problems with knight c6. And this knight on c6 is a very annoying knight. And if you play something like rook a6, white is going to trade it anyway. So why don't you just trade it on the spot? And this knight a3 idea, I'm just trying to understand why knight h5 was not played. Maybe there was g4. And black is not in time to play knight f4 because he's simply dropping the pawn on g7.
Yeah.
This was interesting setup. Maybe this is what Vincent had all along in his mind. When he
probably, yes.
Maybe, probably, yeah, probably he wanted to play like this. It looked weird. I didn't like it. But he's still pressing. And now we have this position, rook c6. I think Dubov wants to activate his rook on c4. Shouldn't be allowed.
Rook d4, you're saying?
Yeah, something like rook d4.
Rook d4 makes sense. I want to attack a4 as well. So the rook is welcome there.
Right.
King a3.
Uh,
Still a lot of work for black here if he can hold this.
I believe it's a draw. Still a draw. Nothing has changed. So I can play, let's say, something like f6. I want to trade as many pawns as I want. So let's say f6, g5.
So on king a3, you will just give up the pawn and play g5, or will you defend?
Yeah, that's the idea. I'm not sure. G5. Probably take, something like bishop d2, maybe just go for active defense, rook a4, rook g6, then try to snatch the pawn somehow. I don't know. That would be my thought process, because from the black's perspective, I'm thinking, how do I trade pawns? I'm not looking for a passive way. How am I going to keep the pawn on a4 alive with something like knight b6, rook c4, and just sit on a passive defense. I'm just looking for ways to trade off all the pawns. I want to trade these pawns here and then give up the knight probably for this pawn.
Yes.
Which is going to lead us rook and bishop versus rook, which is a draw. And at that level, I think it's a piece of cake, really.
What is the time control for the games? Yeah, let's just remind about the time control. They play 90 minutes with 30 seconds increment for 40 moves, and then they get another 30 minutes after move 40. So that is correct there. We've just been told that Rapport blundered. Is that so?
What? Okay, let's check it.
How did he blunder there? It looked like
There's a blunder. Let me just find it.
Yeah. Oh, he traded rooks. But is this? I'm not sure if that's a big blunder. No, it's just he tried here.
There's no blunder.
No blunder, just
no blunder. False alert. False alert. Everything is okay. I mean, Rapport is still in trouble. Still in trouble. He's fighting like a lion, finding practical chances. He did trade the rooks so that he can play 95.
I think that might be an idea. King f6 and 95, yeah? And try to get my king all the way to f4 if I can.
Mm-hmm.
Like here, king f6.
King f6, 95. Yeah, he's showing his skills. Now, actually, I'm not even sure if white really wants to trade the knights. Not sure at all. 95, king e5, king could go here, rook b3. That's a very active defense. So probably white already is thinking, I want to keep the knights on the board for as long as I can. But then again, this knight on e5 is going to be very active. Maybe Radoslav has misplayed something. It's not clear what exactly. Maybe he wants to bring the king here somehow to get to this pawn.
Well, he's still doing fine, I guess. Just this was never easy to win, was it?
No, it was not. I mean, dear viewers were saying at some point Radoslav was up something +2 in the computer language, which is strategically winning. It seems he's doing everything correctly.
Yeah. Who else do we have still playing? We have Esipenko, Grishchuk.
Yeah, let's go to that game. We really haven't followed it much today, have we? But this is going to look rather, I wanted to say uneventful. Wait, is this a blunder? Wait.
Why? What's
because
going
I
on?
take it.
And I guess rook b8 was the
No, 96 here, and I give a check.
Rook b8.
And I take it. It's a free pawn, no?
It does seem like a free pawn. And
I'm pretty sure it's a free pawn. Because this position was here. And Grishchuk is in time trouble. No big news. I mean, he's doing this all the time.
But Esipenko doesn't take the pawn, so there is something. Can we take another look at that? Queen takes b5. There is a wait. Anything else? No, nothing else. No.
You have to take. I mean, wait. There's a check.
There's a check.
There is a check with some queen e3 and knight e5 ideas. Maybe this was actually a sacrifice. Okay. And I was there just implying that Grishik blundered.
And maybe there's rook c3 also there, the knight on a3, no? Oh, there's knight c2. Okay, so that was not going to work.
Now, this is actually quite interesting. Let's say king g2 could be risky, knight e5, knight e3, some checks, king h1. Yeah, maybe. Actually, rook c3 looks interesting. Maybe even queen e3. Now, this was not a blunder. This was not a blunder. I mean, I'm not sure if Esipenko should have taken the pawn, but I'm pretty sure this game is going to finish in a draw again. How many games did I already announce this today?
All of them.
All of
well,
them.
minus the Wojtaszek game, which you predicted that White would win. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. So at the moment, the best chance looked for the win for Radoslav Wojtaszek, but
Radosev, I'm reading for a while now that he's winning, and the position was quite interesting after h4. So what happened there?
Yeah, we can check. The players are approaching time trouble, so this means that quite a few games could get decided in the next 10-15 minutes. Very important moment. So again, the time control of the tournament is 90 minutes for the first 40 moves. And once the first 40 moves are made, all the players are getting extra 30 minutes after 40 moves. So they need to physically reach the 40 moves to get extra time. And of course, 30 seconds per every made move. And we left this game, when did we leave it? After this bishop d4, right?
Can they see the eval bars? No, we are not using an engine.
We are not using any eval bars, yes.
Relying on what you guys are saying and looking at the positions.
Right. F3. I like, by the way, this h3. It's a bit bold. Maybe there is a risk that this pawn might get lost in the process, but it gives some sort of a hope for a counterplay for black, at least hope. King f2. This is what I suggested, only with the pawn trade. Queen e6, rook c1. Still, as you see, Oparin is leading an active defense. And he's just asking the question, how do you want to crash through? I'm just going to sit here. How do you want to crash through? Come and get me. I'm sure Fedosev is going to try.
So maybe that's why he doesn't take on g3, so that White doesn't have ideas on the h file. Because I thought taking on g3 would give him chances, but now that
I have conflicted feelings about that, because on one side, Oparin is fighting for defense. I mean, there's no illusion here. He is fighting to hold this. So h3 might feel like it's very active mode, but he has some ideas. No, there's no ideas. He's holding this. And that's why I'm thinking that h6 and g3 actually made a little more sense, because you have less pawns to worry about. But I like the h3 that, from the point of view that it gives black some sort of a counterplay, that White always needs to look back behind his shoulder, that there might be some threats against his king. That's why I like it. I'm not even sure if it's practically good, because let's say we have this position and queens get traded, we just somehow magically remove them like this, and I just take the pawn.
Yes.
So that's the idea. So it could just backfire. It could just backfire easily. So maybe from the practical point of view, I don't know. Maybe it wasn't the best. I don't know. We're going to see. We're going to see. So the question is, what happens now if I try to play queen d3, queen f5? I want to trade queens. I want to play g4. It's very simple.
And you want to take that pawn. And eventually d5 as well you'll take, yeah?
I'm playing in the best traditions of Arturs Neiksans. This is one weakness on d5. This is one weakness on h3.
Time to trade queens.
Yeah, and trade queens. Queen d3, queen f5 makes sense. So queen d3, g6 could be a huge move. How do you make this move g6 with such a bishop here?
I think you'd be very scared to play g6. I would be, at least.
Me too. Me too, totally. But there must be some tactical tricks, really. So let's say queen d6 is played. I'm trying to play this queen d3. and could be some knight jumps. Maybe there are no knight jumps. Something like, how do I make this work? I wanted to do some funny ideas here.
Can I still try something like rook b8, what he was doing at some point earlier? Rook b8 and rook
Here?
b1 maybe.
Rook b8?
Can I do that?
I don't know. I see a pawn, I take a pawn.
That's a very good strategy.
It works, right?
It does work.
So Fedoseev is thinking about this. He doesn't like something about queen d3. There must be something that he doesn't like it, because this looks so natural. What he doesn't like, really? I mean, what else? What else he has to do, right? I mean, trade queens. Maybe he is focusing on the queen trade, by the way. Maybe he's focusing on queen c6. Force the queen trade. And then after queen e7, he can try to snatch this pawn. Maybe this is what he's calculating right now. Because after queen d6, queen b4, of course, black is going to deny the trade. Otherwise, the pawn on h3 is weak. And maybe, you're going to take the pawn, right?
I am bishop c3, or how am I taking the pawn? Bishop c3, you can still defend, yes?
There could be some problems, by the way. Queen 8, yeah. Suddenly, white goes on the offensive. And then we go back. So it's like a tango, right? Dancing here and there.
At least we've made some progress with white. The rook's on b7.
Yeah. A bit more aggressive.
But on the other hand, on the second rank, you defend e2, so you can move the knight. Not sure which one's better.
I think this knight already stands perfect. Yeah, it defends the pawn on e2, but I think Fedoseev has discarded the idea of attacking. He plays queen d3. Yeah, I think he was evaluating the differences of queen c6 and queen f5. He decided that queen f3 is the safest way. By the way, what I also like about this queen d3 is that when the time trouble approaches, you want to keep all of your pieces around your king, right? I mean, sort of to have more compact possession. And with the queen on c6, you get the feeling like
it's loose, no?
Yeah, it's a bit loose. I mean, your pieces are loose. You might blunder some shot here and there. So it's a very natural feeling, by the way. And a choice when it comes to time trouble, you want to play as solid as possible, make cheaper threats, attack with the queen f5, force your opponent to think, because he's not even supposed to force the game right away. He can just safely make, move 33, 7 moves. He can just shuffle pieces here and there, force his opponent to find some difficult defensive moves, and then in the next time control, he gets extra 30 minutes, and then he can try to make these loose moves and still maybe revisit the idea of queen c6. Extremely unpleasant. So I really have to go back to this moment. Raluca, you know?
Where he plays h3, yeah?
Yeah.
I feel like this is critical.
I was saying, I mean, very conflicted feelings about this. Very conflicted. So maybe the safer choice was indeed to take. But there could have been some other problems with h6. Like you mentioned, this h file. Right? Some king f2, f3, g4, rook h1 would be a different game. So, yeah.
But on the other hand, you also have ideas with queen h3 as black, right? So it's goes both ways if you take on g3.
Yep. Queen b4, queen d2, queen offer is on the board. It's not going to happen.
I guess queen d6 back.
Wait, this is his idea. Oh my goodness, now check this out. So you can go queen d6.
Oh, okay, nice.
The save is full with tricks. Very unpleasant in time trouble. By now, Oparin already sees the dangers. I think he automatically discards the trade. This is never, ever going to happen. Queen e7, knight f5, queen g5 looks extremely dangerous. So the question is, what do you do? What do you do? What do you do? What do you play? Huge moment. I think Fedoseev looks very good here. So how do you play? I mean, you don't want to trade.
You don't want to go back because of knight f5. Can I? No, there's no threats I can make. Like queen b1, I can always be kicked out of there.
You know, and at this moment in Grigory's mind is the thought, why didn't I take on g3? Why didn't I take on g3? And he's definitely remembering this moment. It just comes back at some moment. I mean, depends on the discipline of the player. You just cannot get rid of these feelings because all of them are human beings. Even very good grandmasters, even such elite players as Oparin, these thoughts are coming back. You just start to torture yourself. Should have taken on g3. What was I thinking for going this active defense?
So what if we play queen b1 here, Arturs?
What? Queen b1?
Queen b1, yeah, now that I had some...
You have some ideas here.
At first sight, I thought rook c1, but you know, at least then I stopped knight f5. So if let's go to h1. What else can I do? If I started?
Should I calculate that? I'm not even sure if I have to go here with white.
No, you don't have to go here, definitely.
Okay, this is something I don't want to do in time trouble. I'm going to play rook c1, of course.
Rook c1, like. But here I was thinking at least you're not going to get knight f5. Maybe I can, yes.
Oh, that's a brilliant point.
But maybe you just play queen c2, don't you?
Queen c2, yeah. Or even, okay, g4 you don't want to play in time trouble? Yeah, I think queen c2. There's a good chance something like this is going to happen. Yeah, and it is played, indeed. Queen b1, very nicely spotted, Raluca.
The only chance, isn't it?
Yeah. Maybe there is move queen c1, by the way. Maybe there's rook c1.
Oh, you keep knight f5, yeah.
Well, one thing I'm quite sure there's never going to be knight f5, even if engines are screaming that this might be a winning move. I mean, this is something you don't want to play in time trouble.
No.
Maybe it somehow wins for you some, I don't know, boom, 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 and engines announce you're winning this, but come on. You just want to have some control in your game. So the safe choice is rook c1. Maybe you repeat the position a couple of times. Maybe play queen c1. Knight f1 is never going to happen because knight is going to f5.
I think rook c1 is going to be played. What do you think?
Rook c1 is very natural. Very, very natural. Rook c1 or queen c1, by the way. I'm not sure which one is better, actually. Rook c1 is played? Yep. You're calling the moves.
I'm inspired. I have a moment of divine inspiration.
Right. So queen g6.
Queen g6.
Also to be expected.
I think queen c2 is going to happen. If queen g6, it's
has to be
natural. Yeah.
Has to be. I mean, okay, maybe technically queen h7.
Oh, queen h7.
I'm not sure why do I want to play queen h7 really, but. And Oparin is in minor time trouble. Technically, not really in a time trouble.
It's only 5 more moves that he has
so
to make.
This game most likely will continue in the second time control.
Do we have no other results?
Yeah, let me check it.
Just looking at there, no, nothing else.
Sgircea appears to be slightly pushing, by the way. I'm just looking at it. Or maybe it's a draw, but he appears to be slightly pushing. And in Dubov against Vincent Kiemer, Dubov sacrificed a pawn, or he blundered a pawn, I don't know. He went for this active defense, I told you.
That we were looking at, yeah.
Yeah, he wants to go for this rook and bishop versus rook.
So can we see what happened in Sasha's game in Grishchuk?
Yep, let's do that. And wait. Esipenko is about to collapse here. Where's his pawn?
Yes.
Where's his pawn? What are these guys doing here? Something has gone terribly wrong for Esipenko. He was pushing, sort of pushing, and then I think he got psychologically slightly destroyed with this move after rook a1, rook c8. He had a feeling maybe he's the one who is slightly pushing for the win. Then suddenly black sacrifices the pawn, everything falls back, panic, and this is huge time trouble.
And not for black.
Pawn for black. King g2 very quickly played, so huge turn could be here. So again, we have to go back to this moment. It was equal. There was nothing really happening. Esipenko appeared to be slightly pushing. Grishuk appeared to be comfortably equalizing. Queen c5, queen a6. Pawn cannot be taken on b5 because of rook d5. And maybe he had to take the pawn on b5, but this is so scary. This is so scary. So he decided to go here. And at this moment, Grishuk started to take over the game. The knight on a3 is not doing anything. Queen b2, everything falls back. Knight e5. Now this pawn on b4 is under attack. There's knight c3 threat. So I'm not sure I even understand queen b1. What's this move? Why do you play queen b1? So strange move. Something like rook c1 even looked better. But okay, queen b1, and now they have this position. Queen b2. And Grishuk is suddenly up a pawn.
So we might have some decisive games in the end.
We might.
More than we expected. I'm just reading here that something is happening in Aronian's game as well. And that seemed pretty quiet as well.
Yeah, Aronian is slightly pushing. He's been slightly pushing the entire game. And I think with it, he simply set himself a goal that he has to hold the game. I'm not sure if you want to switch. Do you want to switch? Because I'm slightly curious about this.
Yeah, it's very interesting. We can check it out afterwards.
Just a couple of moves I want to check. If Grishuk is going to be able...
you played? Wait.
Rook takes on c2, right? That's his idea.
Rook takes c2.
Queen c2 is no good. Queen b5, so it has to be rook c2.
Yeah.
Beautiful find. Rook c2. Queen e5, I guess, because this looks an endgame we don't want to go if you're not sure if you're going to hold this.
No.
So maybe queen e5.
But here on queen e5, okay, if I take on e2, you take the pawn on
e2. Take on e2.
Right, but I'm using b5, so I'm not sure I want this.
Yeah, but what choice do you have? Now, this is going to be, by the way, a tough choice. A very tough choice for Esipenko. And now he has to decide on seconds. Queen e5, this is a huge threat. So Grishuk already sees there's going to be rook e2, queen e2, take here, queen b5, and a queen endgame. Or instead, Esipenko has to go for the rook endgame, which he is in neither of the situations. He's sure he can make a draw. He's not sure.
I think queen e5 has more practical chances if there's nothing better than queen e2, than rook e2. Queen e5 should have better chances, yes? But on queen e5, maybe queen c4 is a little annoying. Oh, I don't have that. I'm getting mated on h8. What am I talking about? Queen e5, I have to take on e2, right?
You have to take on e2. Yeah, queen e5, you have to. I have no idea what Esipenko is going to do. The rook endgame might as well be just lost. So maybe go for the queen endgame.
He played queen f6.
Queen f6.
F6, and he took on a2 and then rook a2. Okay, so maybe this is something.
No, there was he first took on e2 and then played rook a2.
Yes, because he went queen f6.
Queen f6.
Is it possible that this, in the final position, if I take on a2 and queen d8, I think I'm winning one of the pawns back, right?
No. Ah, wait, there's no rook d1.
Mm-hmm.
Rook c1, rook a1. Wait, is this some weird repetition? Just a second. What is this? So takes, rook e2, king h3, rook a2, rook c1. So this is a huge threat. And there's rook c7 as well.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
So rook c2, rook a1. And let's assume we don't do that. We play queen a8. Queen a8, rook c7. Ah, this looks so risky.
Yeah, on queen f8, probably rook d. Okay, rook d7, rook a8.
Although there's still rook a8 incoming, right? Maybe it's not so bad. So rook c1, queen a8. Ah, wait. No, wait. Where's the follow-up? Maybe rook d1. Oh my goodness.
That's nice.
Oh my goodness.
That's very nice, rook d1.
This is so easy to blunder. I mean, of course, Sgircea is not going to blunder this, but I think he blundered this entire idea. Queen f6, what a find. If this works...
And with 1 minute on the clock, no?
Even less. I think he had something like seconds. Queen f6, beautiful find. He sacrificed the second pawn on e2. Then he plays king h3. Rook a2, rook c1. And this is really...
Oh, they should already sign the draw, because I think that's a threefold repetition there, isn't it?
I think so.
Yeah.
Wow. Very, very nice. Very nice. We're looking only at this rook endgame, queen endgame, and that's the difference why Esipenko is the rising star of Russian chess. He was looking for more.
And we were looking at queen e5, but queen f6.
Queen f6, yeah, not very obvious, but his idea was that, okay, if I'm going down, at least I'm going down with some activity, right? And queen f6 is the idea that I want to activate my rook, and this king is exposed, so his logic is very sound. It just costs 2 pawns.
And it's a draw.
It's a draw. Wow. Incredible. Incredible game. Yeah.
No, that's a very nice find. So what could Sgircea have played this differently? Or was this all forced? Was knight c2 the move that he shouldn't have played, or what is it?
Maybe he shouldn't have rushed to this, because the knight on a3 is not really doing anything, right? But you're so tempted.
b1, no? With white.
I'm sorry?
With white, if you don't do anything, I'll probably play rook b1 next.
Maybe. No, but I think from Sgircea's point of view, he's looking for some kind of a simplification. You're in time trouble, you want to simplify, you just got your extra pawn, you found a nice trick how you managed to do that. You see there's going to be either a queen endgame, there's going to be either a rook endgame. How can you not go here, right? And there's boom, still the queen of 6.
Amazing.
He's just okay. So there's queen f6. You just miss it.
Yeah.
Very nice idea. Okay, let's switch.
Is Kmar really a draw with a bishop more? Does Kmar have a bishop more?
Oh, I called it. It's going to be rook and bishop versus rook. Yeah, it's a draw. Easy draw.
This is a draw, yeah.
This is an easy draw. I think at this level, very quickly, we can review what happened here. Dubov sacrificed the pawn. This is what I told you, right? He sacrificed the pawn on a4, then on g7, traded the pawn on e4, take here, and f5. Oh, nice find, by the way. The bishop here on h6 is under attack, and take. And this is at classical. I'm gonna maybe adjust what I said in classical chess. When you get a second time control, this is easy game. Dear viewers, I see you're reading. I'm reading what you're saying in the chat. This is easy draw. I mean, you should be able to call this at the Grand Prix level.
Dubov is an easy draw as well.
Now, of course, he's going to try. He's going to try to play for 50 moves, but there's at least 2 types of technical ways how you make a draw. There's the very easy technique, keeping the rook close. There's the other technique, putting the rook behind the opponent's bishop. These guys know that. Winston Kmar also knows this, but of course he is obliged to test it. I mean, he has to try this legally for 50 moves, maybe 30 moves, I don't know. I think this is going to be the draw.
What about Aronian's game?
So how many games do we have left? 1, 2, 3,
4 at this point? Okay, I don't know if
Shek is still fighting, right? And Fedoseev is still fighting. Fedoseev was won a pawn, by the way. But let's check. Yeah, let's check Aronian's game.
Yeah.
We can't really pay attention to him, have we?
And we were being told that he has a very good position. It does look like he has a very good position.
He has an extra pawn.
Extra pawn, yes.
How did that happen? So we left it a long time ago. something like here. And we're discussing that Aronian is playing very inspired chess, trying to provoke his opponent, and maybe Vidit is playing a bit too passive, trying to hold it, because I think so. He had his goal to keep the game to draw. And it doesn't look very bad, by the way. Should be able to hold this. And eventually, something critical happened here. What?
Yeah, you just probably
He just blundered the pawn, did he? Maybe it already wasn't very good, but no, this was not really necessary. I think Vidit was simply in time trouble. He played here. Now he didn't want to push f5 because that would make his endgame really disaster. And after f5, he gave up a pawn, just like that. And now rook a3 is impossible because of rook c1, rook c7. That's it. He just blundered the pawn on the even spot. So even here, something like knight f8. How bad is this really? It's slightly worse, right? But
worse, but maybe it can.
Here. There's definitely a way to press this.
It's very uncomfortable to play for black.
Yeah, but he didn't have to. He didn't have to give up the pawn, but he was under the pressure the entire time. So what happened is he played here, he dropped the pawn, he missed this move, and now he's just down a pawn. This is the second time control. He's still worse, but he's also down a pawn.
Yeah. Yeah, this is going to be a lot of suffering. Probably rook c1 next, right? I would like to trade rooks.
Are you sure you're going to be able to crash through? Let's say.
Just as I said that, I was looking, how do I get my king in? And I realized I'm not sure how I'm.
This might be a fortress, yeah. There's no easy way to get through. Even something like g3, f4, I can just ignore, maybe.
And maybe I can go through the queen side, like put my king on b3, play a4.
And I play a5.
And you play a5.
No.
You're not gonna let me get b5.
No. No. I'll try to stop you. But I think that Aronian doesn't want to trade rooks really, but then again, there's
a4 here maybe. Or not. Because
maybe. What did you say? I'm sorry. A4?
I was thinking about a4 here, but then don't know if I want to play a5 because of b5.
Mm-hmm.
And still, the bishop is very bad, but I'm not getting through.
Right. Yeah. Now, of course, it's time to remember what happened before. Here is basically just one move for black. Really, it's just. Oh wait, he has a choice between rook c7 and rook c8. Maybe he is making sure that there's no rook c1. But usually, you know, from a personal experience, is at this moment you start to remember what happened. You played the game. You blunder something, you get to the second time control, and then you mourn. You mourn your losses for a couple of minutes. You try to remember, oh my goodness, what just happened? What just happened? Okay, I just have to keep fighting. I just have to keep fighting. I need to move on. So maybe 2 minutes of silence.
No, I'm sure that the players are taking a break themselves right now. They just reached move 40. They got the time control, and usually just go and take a breath of fresh air when that happens.
Right. And I think we ought to check Fedoseyev's game against Oparin, because Oparin is falling apart. The pawn on d5 is gone.
Okay, that's gone. So how did they play this out in the end? Rook c1, queen g6, and queen c2.
Queen c2, he was trying to keep the queens on the board, which costs a pawn. And eventually, already the pawn on d5 is falling. There's nothing he can do. He already is such in a passive defense. And there you go. White just collected the pawn on d5 for free. And what makes it even worse, the pawn on h3 still stands. So Fedoseev is huge favorite to win this game,
Yeah,
which would mark him the first victory in classical games, if we don't count this online game.
Yeah. With white.
With
Precious.
white, finally.
Are they even allowed to leave the building? I was just, there was a figure of speech refresher. I'm not sure they are allowed to leave the building right now.
I have no idea,
Probably
but
not.
usually, I think usually they cannot. In
They
every
cannot
tournament,
usually, no.
I think so. You have the smoking area. I'm not sure how many smokers there are between the players. Definitely Grishuk, but he used to be a smoker at least.
Yeah, but usually just get a little bit disconnected from what happened and come back and finish your game, or just start over from the position that you have.
Very quickly, I'll show you Dubov's technique. Yeah, this is one of the techniques. Dubov knows it. Super easy. 45 minutes. There's no way he's going to lose this. So king c5, the king goes the other way. King e5, king goes the other way. And the idea is not allowed to be pinned to the last file, because black always has rook d7. This is simple, really. I mean, okay, this could be tricky if this would be a blitz, right? I mean, blitz, no increment, 3+1, but 45 minutes on the clock, 30 seconds per move. You have to make this draw 100 times out of 100, really. So this game is going to be most likely a draw. Aronian is still pushing, so we have 1 game, 2 games, and Wojtaszek has his extra pawn, by the way, still.
Oh, and traded rooks, which is a very important upgrade, yeah, on the position.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, a pawn's a pawn, right? I mean, it's still there. Any pawn endgame is going to favor him. Knight e3.
I was going to say knight d3 and knight c5 next, yes?
Oh, wait, can you even play knight e3? I'm not sure. So I just need to find a way to make the null move. And let me just prove my point.
You want king e5.
Yeah, that was my idea. Is this even so clear? I'm not sure. I'm not sure, because this b pawn is not going anywhere. This king might not get there in time. And I just might sit here.
It's amazing. Is this a fortress?
Might be.
A fortress?
I just might sit and do nothing. Still not very easy. So the knight trade, the blatant knight trade might not work, but probably black has to make a move. So
okay,
you can,
let's make a move. You get your king on d4.
Yeah, there's the thing. I just need to knock on the table and say it's your move. But how do I do that? Because if the knight lands on d3 and the black knight is forced to go away, this is a progress for white, because there might be knight c5 ideas and the king is not going anywhere. So maybe this should be this should be winning.
Wait, but instead of taking on d3, king d6. And I'm covering no, instead of taking on d3.
Yeah. Like this.
How about like doing like this?
That's nice. Yeah, I think he has to do this. No, he did not. He didn't do this. He played knight c4. Okay. But it starts to look sort of with some drawing ideas. I don't know, because in the opening and right after the opening, we're finding a lot of ways how black can lose this and win that as well. I don't know, but it looked very bad. And Rapport has traded rooks. And this is very tricky. Maybe engines are saying this is easily winning. I'm not 100% sure. Should be winning somehow.
So here I have to play knight d3, yeah?
Knight d3 and now knight e5, I guess. This has to be. Oh wait, knight e5 is knight c5.
Knight c5, yes.
I cannot do that. So I guess king e7, king d6. The king is going to go. Listen, Raluca, maybe this is a good moment to make something like a 5-minute break.
Sure.
Right.
I will be right back.
Yeah, we are going to be right back. So the second time control has started. This is the first FIDE Grand Prix of the new World Championship cycle. 2 players from the Grand Prix are gonna be decided from all of these 3 tournaments to join the FIDE Candidates tournament, who eventually will decide one challenger to face the king of chess, Magnus Carlsen, and we are going to be back in 5 minutes.
And before we do that, can we just announce that we have also a discount code for 40% off with the code Grand Prix 2022. If you guys want to become premium, this is the moment. Don't
This
waste
is the moment when you do this.
Opportunity.
See you soon.
See you soon.
Okay, so let's send a challenge.
Here is challenging. Nice graphics, easy to see. What are you thinking about? You're looking how it can be the most painful?
Exactly. Okay, fine.
So that I give him up a phone. He wants to be even rude. Hi, I'm Grandmaster Judith Polgar, and I'm here to welcome you in the Chessable classroom. It combines a shared chessboard with live video. Teachers get to interact on the chessboard with their students and even run quizzes and tournaments. I really love what Chessable Classroom can offer. I use it myself all the time. Just invite students to your classroom and start teaching right there. No downloads needed, and it's for free.
I'm ahead of the game. Well, the phone is always ringing, I'm caught up on the line. Got a string around my finger, remember who am I? I'm a boss and I'm honestly off my rocker, but follow me, I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm only ever slinging, I'm working overtime. Got a song and I'm the singer, the melody, the vibe. I'm a prodigy, logically, I'm impossibly wanted, and they'll remember my name. They'll remember my name. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Ooh, well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game. Well, I'm ahead now. Well, I'm ahead now. I'm ahead of the game. I'm ahead of the game.
When I saw her for the first time, it was love at first sight. I love how rich and complex she is, how sharp and principled her first steps, how graceful her movement. Paris is a city of love. I've come to find my love for the French defense.
It's time to take control of your journey towards chess mastery. Magnus Carlsen introduces Chessable, the definitive solution for studying chess. Move Trainer uses the science of spaced repetition to identify your strengths and eliminate your weaknesses. There's no need to set up a board, remember which page you're on, or keep track of all the moves you miss. Move Trainer empowers you to go from the opening to the endgame with confidence. It's a seamless, effective, and fun way to study chess. Choose from one of the largest online chess libraries in the world, with hundreds of titles ranging from classic books through to our exclusive Chessable courses, including over 100 free courses. Get expert insights from International Master John Bartholomew, Grandmaster Sam Shankland, International Master Krzysztof Sulecki, Grandmaster Simon Williams, World Champion Magnus Carlsen, and hundreds of other instructors. Get started now and join our growing community of over 100,000 chess enthusiasts at Chessable.com. Chessable, take control of your journey towards chess mastery.
Welcome everybody.
My name is Jan Nepomniachtchi, former world chess champion.
Are starting a new course here for Chessable.
A very special Chessable course.
Master your chess with Judith Polgar.
You know what? I learned a lot.
This is John. John loves to study chess. This is David. David loves to study chess as well, but efficiently. John spends more time setting up the board and figuring out what's on the page of his book than he gets to study. David likes to take it easy and use his time wisely. David has finished his exercise for today. John should try the same.
And we are back with a live commentary from the first FIDE Grand Prix in Berlin. Together with you today is Women International Master Raluca Sgircea and me, Latvian Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. The first time control cast finished and we have already 4 games past us, 4 draws. Still, the deciding game is yet about to follow, but there is a very good chance it's indeed going to happen, because Vladimir Fedoseev has a technically winning position against Grigory Oparin. It seems that Radoslav Wojtaszek should be winning against Richard Rapport. Aronian is pressing for a win against FIDE Grand Prix. And finally, we have a rook and bishop versus rook classical endgame, where Dubov is showing his technique against the young German Vincent Kiemer, but we're quite confident that he's going to make it. Raluca.
Well, I'm surprised that we have the same position here on the game that we have now on the board that we left after knight c4.
Yeah, knight c4. And there was a mention that knight c4 actually is a blunder, that instead of knight c4 here, Rapport should have played king e7, which felt very natural. You want to play king d6, king c5, sometimes escaping to opponent game, which not always is winning. For example, here, knight e3, king d6, which we already discussed, right? Despite the fact you have the extra pawn here, it's impossible to win, probably. But what happened here is that after knight c4, now white has unexpected resource knight c6, dropping the pawn on b2, limiting this king's radius. So after knight takes on b2, I think the idea is to play e5, push away the king, and what was it? Knight a5, I believe, right? Going after the knight.
I'm going to ask if that knight's not going to get trapped there, and that's how you get it, yeah? That's how you trap it then.
That's the idea, at least. Looks very beautiful. The knight is trapped. The question is, how obvious is this? I mean, it looks very nice, by the way.
He played knight d3, so not obvious at all then.
He didn't play it. Oh, okay.
You're very disappointed.
Yeah, he didn't find it. So knight a3, king e7.
Knight d3 was the natural thing to do.
Yeah, something like king goes here, I guess.
Yes, that's what I wanted to say now. Something like king d1.
King d1, king d6, king c2. And now this knight e5 might not work anymore because I can already take and play b4. Now that should be an easily winning pawn endgame because this race, black is going to lose. So king f3, e5, as you're seeing, white is a little bit faster. So after king c2, what can happen here? I don't know, maybe king c6 here and king b5. Now black is holding together the queen side. How do you play here?
Well,
maybe, I'm sorry, yeah.
I was just thinking, if I get this position with black to play, because I want to get b3, right? So if black needs to move the knight away, I will have b3.
So, yeah, eventually we want to create the pass pawn. That has to be the idea, because how else we are going to make a progress? Win the pawn on a4 looks highly unlikely, unless, of course, wait. What if we revisit the same idea? No, wait, it doesn't work. No, this time it doesn't work. We're missing something. I want to do the same idea, but I just forgot there's
have a knight a5, yeah?
Yeah. We don't have knight a5. This is not the same. So king d6, knight e5 is incoming, I guess. Maybe also black is thinking about ideas to play f5, trade a couple of pawns, because he's on the defensive. Now, he wants to trade pawns. Could be something like this.
This is very likely to happen.
I have no idea, really. Probably.
What about something like, okay, that might not get me anywhere.
I have a feeling this could be some kind of a Zugzwang. So for example, okay, b3, no, right? b3 takes, king b3, knight e2, this is bad news. For white?
Or I could have just taken then pawn on a3, yeah? Or does that lose the knight?
No, but knight a3,
what you want? It's king b2 that you want.
Oh, this I didn't even see. I was looking at something like this, playing for domination, going after these pawns.
Okay.
This is what I was looking at. No, I wasn't even looking at king b2, but to be honest, yeah, but that's a nice trick, trapping the knight. But here's the thing, you can, wait. Oh my goodness. I keep finding resources.
Nice.
I didn't even see that. So I thought that b3 is not even working.
I thought so too, but look, it's working. Yeah.
And now this works. Wow, that's a brilliant idea then. And this is actually happening on the board. So we have the king on c2, king on c6.
But maybe on b3, where you have that position, king c3, king b5, b3, maybe I have to play knight b6.
Yeah, but this is a progress, definitely, for white.
There's a lot of progress. You have even knight d5, right?
I have knight e5. I could even take it. I could take it, play king d4, drop the pawn on a3, go after these pawns. This looks very close to winning. And he plays a king b5. Now the big question is Wojciech seeing this? I mean, this looks so natural. There's no way he's going to miss this. There's no way he's missing this. I mean, I missed this, but you definitely spend a bit more time on this.
No, I'm sure he's thinking about b3 here. And this is very interesting, yes?
We have to still check, by the way, is everything so simple after, let's say, b3?
b3, other knight moves.
Yeah, let's just test it, because this is one of the most forcing moves. We have to make sure this is working. And I could try to sacrifice the knight.
Yes, like takes on b3. Take on b3, and you take on a3 and try king c4. Yes.
Yeah, this could be a bit tricky, because now knight e5 is going to be king c3. Maybe this is not really so simple.
No, but you have knight c1 here.
And I'm going after these pawns. How do you
are going after those pawns?
How do you stop me here? So probably I can give up a couple of pawns. Well, but this, is this a draw or not? I have no idea really. Maybe it's not a draw. Huge moment. So I think he's calculating this right now. He's calculating definitely. I mean, you don't play b3 without calculating this line. So again, b3, knight a3, king b2, a takes. King b3 makes no sense. The knight escapes, right? Yeah. So you have to take it. You have to go here. I'm not saying that this line is forced, but knight c1, eliminating the pawn on b3 makes perfect sense. Maybe there's some quieter move, which I don't see, to be honest. Oh, maybe there's some Zugzwang, something like this. Yeah. This, and this.
That's the other one.
Very study-like endgame.
But still, you could try and go after the pawns, right?
Exactly. Yeah. So king b3, king goes here, here. You
have an extra tempo, so you have king e5 here. Oh, that's a bad move because of f5. Yes.
Now there's going to be f5, but wow, this could be super tricky, you know. I mean, he probably has to go here, but imagine yourself in Rapport's shoes. What choice does he have really? He has to do this. He has to go for knight x and a3, because if he is going to play something like b3, knight d6, this is slow death, I think. So even b takes, king goes here. This is exactly the same. So it's very practical idea to sacrifice this piece. And now it's Wojciech's question, because he sees this already. He sees all of this. He sees this idea of sacrificing. He's not stopping. Oh, I'm simply winning the knight on a3. That's it. The variation stop. No, this is only where it starts. And he's choosing. What choice does he have? Maybe he could play something like maybe b3 takes, maybe indeed take. Yeah, thank you, by the way. Somebody mentioned this in the chat. B takes an a4, and then goes something like knight e5 after these pawns. Because this king b2 idea, I'm not sure how practical is this. Takes, king c4, going after these pawns might be winning, might be not winning. You're not a machine. Right? You cannot immediately tell. So you're looking for some clarity again. So b3, this I really like. B takes, and now knight e5. And the king is so far away. And maybe Radoslav is evaluating, let's say, oh wait, there's a check.
I was going to ask you this, Arturs. The move that he played, king d4, looks very natural as well. And you don't need to calculate that much. Isn't black in Zugzwang here?
That's what I wanted to continue next. I mean, I was definitely sure that he was considering b3, but then he starts to look at the alternatives, right? What alternatives does he have? Maybe he doesn't have to do this. Maybe he can always play b3 if everything else fails. So now, I guess he wants to play knight e5?
No, it's just your turn. What do you play, no? f6. only, well, not only move, but
What do I play? It's a
because
very
if
good
knight
question.
d6, there's 95. Yes. If knight d2, I still have 95. Whatever knight move, I want to play 95, I guess.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. It's f6. It's f6. So maybe even, oh wait, knight c5,
What
e5.
about e5 here? Can I do that?
And I take it?
Yes. Okay. And I was hoping to get a passed pawn on the other side.
And I
Wait,
try to win this knight.
it's not, I cannot win it, no? Knight c3,
Oh wait, it's,
knight d1, king c3, knight d1.
yeah, it's escaping. So
And
if
f4, Arturs?
f4. Oh, this is classic domination. Oh, that's
No.
very nice.
Go there.
f3. This should be winning, right? The king should be, you should be able to dominate the knight here. I'm not sure, maybe take, maybe king d3. Maybe this is just winning on the spot.
I think king d3 that you suggested is more
I don't know.
precise.
Check
because
here,
it-
still.
Ah,
I go.
I'm still ready
Somehow,
for that.
I find some chances. No, but this should be winning now. You should be able to dominate the knight. Very nice fine, by the way. Again, let us show this. f6, e5. Because f5, I think this is just
Well, I'm
some-
getting a pass.
to calculate. Yeah, but this was very nice. F takes 95, knight b to f4. I love this. Yeah. Classic dominating the knight. The knight on b2 is so useless. The knight on e5 is dominating the game. White is down a pawn, and yet white is winning the game. Great.
We're down a pawn from up a pawn.
From up a pawn, down a pawn, I'm still winning. So
Yeah.
I already told you nobody cares about the pawns today. Okay. Looks like an amazing technique from Wojciech.
f6 played, and let's see if we get e5 on the board, or this
Yes.
all
Yes, play
calculation.
I mean, otherwise, why did he go here? Maybe some deep idea to provoke f6, e5 to play b3 then? Nah.
I don't think so, no, because then you don't even get to e5. Like you had these ideas of king d4, king e5. So
But we really have to appreciate, I guess, there's the difference maybe in the mastery, right, of Wojciech, because we're looking at b3, focusing on b3 and trying to make more b3, this trapping the knight, calculating b takes on a4, and Wojciech just keeps things simple. He goes for another idea, something he's able to control more. These are very forcing lines. And oh wait, e5 is not yet on the board, but pretty sure it's going to happen. Really great technique.
I think so, yeah. King d4 seems very simple there.
Yeah, very simple, very simple.
And it's about not giving your opponent any chances.
Right. I'm not even sure where Rapport misplayed it. Maybe there was nothing to misplay.
Maybe it's just way earlier that he misplayed it.
Right. Maybe this was the losing move. So knight c4. Maybe he had to do this, by the way.
This idea.
Yeah, this idea. So that after the knight e3, he goes here. And now the white king cannot go to d2. Maybe this was the critical moment. And the difference is what he played in the game. He played the supposedly active move. And then he cannot go back with knight e5 because knight c5 drops the pawn on a4. Then he tried to go back around with a king, and there's the difference. He can never go back with knight e5, right? Because I simply now, I think I should be winning this pawn endgame. Not totally sure, but looks like we're winning. So he had to go for this, and there you go. He's just lost. Just one tiny mistake, and that's it. This is how it works at the highest level. One mistake, and you're done.
What about Aronian?
Yeah, let's check Aronian.
Sorry, we have a result, yes?
Yeah, we have a result. We have a result. Vladimir Fedoseev has won. He has won the game, and we are going to switch to Aronian right away. Impressive game. And look at this huge activity, very active pieces. 95, he goes for the checkmate. The second pawn is about to get lost. Everything hangs, and Oparin resign. So You know, Raluca, I think we finally got our answer. We have to go back to this moment, right?
Take on G3.
Yeah. I think all of his problems start with this moment. Maybe the position already is not great, but still, the principle of defense is when you are the weaker side, you're the defender side, you want to trade pawns, as many pawns as you can. And this is exactly what Dubov did, right? You remember, he was holding this endgame against, he's still holding, by the way, against Vincent Kiemer. You trade off all the pawns, and finally you give up the knight for the remaining pawn and eventually reach drawn endgame, rook and bishop versus rook. So here, black's idea maybe could have been the same. Trade, somehow find ways, trade, give up the remaining knight for the pawn, and do the same as in Kiemer against Dubov's game. But this h3, I already told you I was having conflicted feelings. I felt that this is a very active move, but it backfired.
It's also a pawn that black loses, yes?
Yeah, by the way, it's funny, he didn't lose the pawn in the end.
Not that one, yeah, it's true.
Not that one. But he was really concerned about the pawn on h3's well-being, and he lost the pawn on d5. White activated, and that's it. So the pawn on h3 remained, but the position collapses. So incredible game by Fedosseev. Well played.
Yeah. And let's check out Aronian then.
Let's switch to Aronian. And
moves does Dubov have to hold? I think it's 50 moves.
50 moves. Yeah, 50 moves Dubov has to hold. We're quite confident he's going to do this. Wait. I just try to find it. Okay, here it is. All right. Now the question is this a fortress?
Probably, well, I think not anymore. I mean, Aronian kind of, I like this b5 that he played just when we went on a break. I thought that's very good technique there because I was looking at a4, yes, but a4, you get your pawns stuck
his
there.
Opponent, right? He's squeezing his opponent very, very nicely. But on the other hand, I mean, why he plays b5? I think he is looking for ways to crash through, because if he is going to play a4, a5, he needs to reckon with closing the position.
Yes.
So this might be a problem. And despite the fact that he manages to get a very good endgame, right? All of these pawns are weak, but there's just no way to crash through. So let's say something like, I don't know. Let me play some ridiculous moves. Something like this, effort. I'm just going to ignore you. So there could be simply no way to crash through. So Aronian desperately needs to open a file. And that's why he played b5, so that there's no way to close for black the queen side. He positions the pawn on the color of his bishop so that a4, a5 is inevitable.
Yeah.
Now he does it. Yeah, very nice, very nice. So now he goes for this breakthrough. I don't think Vidit wants to take on f4 because white's goal is to establish pass pawn. So eventually we are going to get a position f takes, and now the position. Now the question is able black to crash through? Raluca, you don't believe it, right?
No, because I think it's very difficult to defend this. It's very difficult to have, it must be very precise, but when you have to defend this for many moves, you're probably going to make a mistake.
That makes sense. Yeah. And by the way, notice that the rook is pinned to the defense because rook goes away. I could take it and play rook b7, and that's it. So you can do that.
You probably your only move with black is king e7, king d6. Is that it? Because
this is another problem.
And that's another problem, yeah.
Yeah, it could be f6, f7, and you still need to evaluate that. Maybe that's just losing on the spot. How do you play here even? How do you play?
The thing is that if you move the bishop, I will always have takes on g5 and rook g7.
Yeah, rook g7, that's a very good point. Yeah, I think black might be in some sort of one. Maybe engines are holding this, but from humans' perspective, it looks lost, to be honest. So let's say I try to give a check, and I pray Everything is holding. How does white make a progress? So I'm going to take, and I'm going to make a null move. Something like king of 2. There you go. Now I have to make a move.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot knock on the table and say, I'm not going to move. No, you have to move. So bishop goes away. There's going to be rook g7.
I don't know. What's the best chance for black? I think that's what we have to try to find here, because obviously he's going to lose a pawn, but which one gives him most activity? Maybe getting the rook out of there.
Yeah, but this costs the pawn on b6, right?
I know, but you probably lose one anyway. Don't you?
I just don't know. I mean, if I play a rook c8 here, rook c3, seek some activity, maybe like this. But what next? I'm gonna take this.
I'm hoping. Okay, I was hoping for rook b3, but right, you're going to g6.
Yeah, but I just no, it's 2 pawns. No, this is 2 pawns extra, so that should be.
No, but I'm taking b5. Yes, king c7. I'm going to take b5, but then you take g5. That's a problem.
Yeah,
that's the biggest problem.
Yeah, these pawns are marching, and that should be technical winning.
Yeah.
What else? Okay, I give you a check. I go here. I don't take it. I take. Now I give you a move. What else? King move.
Maybe that didn't lose a pawn. It was just getting the. Okay, maybe this one. I wait back on d6, and here I have the option of rook f8. Yes.
Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. Maybe this is the best way, but I don't know.
Actually,
I just feel
here at this point
it's completely lost, to be honest. I don't know. I play something like, I don't know. Okay, let me try to do this. King f3. So you're gonna play. Oh wait, yeah, king f3, rook f8, and I just want to play bishop f5. So my idea was that this rook endgame is gonna be winning.
Mm-hmm.
That was my idea, but the pawn on b5 is hanging, which I saw.
Just wanted to show the idea, yes.
Yeah, but now I wanted to show something which I'm not sure what I'm going to show. So maybe f7, but how do I continue next?
Yeah.
Could be difficult. Maybe this is the best practical chance. And by the way, this is what we have on the board. Rook e8 check. Pretty sure that Vidit is going to go back for b8.
Yeah.
He has to. I mean, g takes, this is not what you want. You don't want to create a pass pawn for white, although f takes allows to do that, but black's only chance is a fortress. That's it. I think so. The only chance is a fortress. Try to build impregnable fortress, which is impossible to crash through.
So let's take another look at that. After pawn takes g5 and the king e7 idea that
I'm not even sure if king f2 has to be played. Maybe there's something like king g2, you know, remove the.
Because I don't want to be taken with check.
Yeah, maybe that's some very deep. Okay, king e7. Nobody said we have to play f6, by the way.
No, that's what I was thinking here. Maybe we have something better.
Maybe there's some way to rearrange the bishop to f3.
But then you're going to lose b5. You just have to find a very good way of doing that.
I activate my bishop here. So I thought about this, by the way.
And now I take on b5.
And this.
Okay, so you're...
Okay, there's some counterplay, though. You still need to calculate this. Could be not easy, right? Now, this doesn't look like very much under control.
No.
Yeah.
And it's what black is looking for, so that would be what he wants here, right? He wants to get something messy.
So pretty sure that Aronian is going to take, unless, of course, he wants to keep the pawns on f4 for some rook a1, rook h1, rook h6, some pin ideas, which I don't really understand. So probably it's takes instead of like king g2. What was it? King e7, right? f6. Maybe not f6, but this could be a critical moment. And maybe just make another null move. What about I go here?
Yeah. But now I have bishop e6.
Uh-huh. And now this could be a difference, by the way. The pawn on b5 is not under attack.
That's true.
So this could be something, right? And if you go here, I can go rook b7, takes, here, takes, here. Is this winning? I don't know. Maybe it's not winning again. Bishop f5, bishop b7. There you go. I just saw.
Why not get the king on b4? There's a question here. I don't know. We haven't looked at that.
Why not get the king to b4? That's a very valid question. We haven't thought about it yet. Okay, let's do this. It makes sense, by the way. So king e3, he's going to do some checks. King d2, he's going to go back. King c3, he's going to do this. We are going to go here. He's going to go here.
And now we free the bishop. This is the point, right? Of getting the king to b4.
Ah, right.
Bishop e2 and bishop f3 now.
Maybe bishop f1 so that it's not under attack.
Okay.
And so the rook is still pinned. But this is, I think, the moment when Vidit wants to seek the activity, right?
I see. Yeah, you want rook b7, rook e4. And
something like this. But, you know, it's there. It's there. It has to be there. It has to be there. It feels like it's technically winning position, really. And being such a creative player like Aronian, I don't see him not winning this. It just doesn't feel like a fortress. Or look, what do you think? There's just
doesn't feel like a fortress, no. But
Vidit has to
break through either.
He has to try. He has to try. Of course, he's gonna try to do this. And g takes on f4 doesn't make any sense unless there's something immediate, something like rook e1, rook d1, something.
Can we see what happened in Wojtaszek's game?
Yep.
Because I think that's not something that we looked at. Just curious, did he play e5 after f5?
Oh, yeah, I think so. Why he played f5? Because the other version is simply losing. We would have to see your amazing idea of dominating the knight. And of course, Rapport sees this. So he goes for f5, some practical chances. Try to trick his opponent.
And here we just play, okay. Yeah, king e6 seems, king e6.
I think even f4 is winning, no?
f4 must.
Yeah, I just keep the pawns on the board. I try to not to trade too many pawns than I have to.
Yeah, that's true. And on g3, I have 91. Yeah.
91, something like.
Yeah, then king e6 is coming and king f5. So you get, yeah, or like that.
Oh, wait, I can.
I'm losing the pawn there on a
maybe I can go after this guy here. But could be that it could be a bit tricky, no? If I keep this pawn on g3, I don't eliminate it. Could get very tricky, something like this, take at the right time, or maybe seek the right moment to give a check or something. I don't know. But I'm just looking at this. I'm sorry?
You just played the 4.
He played a 4. Yeah, I was looking at this. So f4, king d6. But the question is, how easy is this? Wait, where was this?
We were playing g3 first, yeah?
g3, 91, king b6 here. Let's say I try to take this and I try to take 2 pawns. Nah, this is winning. This has to be winning. 2 extra pawns. This is, yeah.
Maybe I'm also getting a4 if I'm lucky with knight d3 and.
Yeah, knight e3, knight c5. The king goes here. Eliminate this pawn, trade for this pawn. 2 connected pawns. Wojtaszek is winning this. There's no way Rapport is holding this.
No, I don't think he will hold this. We might have 3 decisive results then.
That's quite incredible, isn't it?
Yes.
I mean, the first round, you would have thought that they want to take it slow, but no, they're after blood.
Of course.
Big surprise, right?
Action in Aronian Vidit. More action than what we saw. Let's see. Oh, action. Yes.
There's action.
There's a rook on f4 and there's a bishop missing. Wait, what happened?
Wait, what just happened there?
He found some counterplay, I guess. He took on f4
What?
Wow, this is a nice stalemating idea. Look at that.
Unbelievable. That's a stalemate trick? Wait. We missed that? So takes bishop e5, rook e4. You could have taken the. I mean, okay, obviously you cannot take it.
But it's probably not going to be.
It's not working. There's king d2.
Not working because I go all the way to c3. Yes.
Yeah, nice trick. This is how you say goodbye. Very nice, by the way. No, it's nothing. I mean, check.
I can go to d3 also and to c3. And there's no rook c4 because I'll take it with the king, yeah? With the bishop, sorry.
Oh, where do you want to go, me?
King d3 I wanted. You don't want to take the pawn on d4 anyway. That's the pawn that holds your king prison.
Right, yeah. So after rook f4 check, he's going to play king e1, and the bishop is always going to go back. Aronian is easily winning this. So this was the final trick. I think this was like the desperation, because Vidit saw that most likely this is not a fortress. Most likely. We were trying to find it. We didn't find it. This is like a final trick.
Well, but maybe he's going after white's pawns. So can we take another look at that? The final position, rook f4. Now I take on d4.
Yeah, but it's just bishop e2.
This is the position that I have on the board now. Okay.
Yeah. So there's at least one pawn holding.
There's one pawn left, so I can take g4 and then I'll take d4.
Take. And I'm gonna play something like
rook f7.
Wait, there's a mate in one, no?
Oh. There's a mate in one, yes.
Sort of changes, right? Okay.
That changes the evaluation completely.
Okay.
So I have to take d4 then, and you defend.
There's many ways to win this. Bishop e2 is the simplest. Maybe there's a check first. Check. King e5. I don't know. Check first. Activate the rook. King f4. Bishop e2. Of course, black is going to try to hold it, but rook a4. Wow. Check this out. The rook is trapped.
Oh, it is. Yes, it's trapped. It's true. Have to trade rooks.
Very beautiful. Amazing technique by Aronian. But, you know, we still have to give a lot of credit for Vidit for fighting out. I think he slightly collapsed before the first time control. He made this very strange blunder. So we go back to this. Where was this? This moment when things were not really great, but this action was not really called for. He could have played something like knight of 8, hold the position together. It's not pretty, but after takes, I think he simply blundered this idea that after takes, king g7, rook h1 here, that he could have taken the pawn on a3 because there's rook c1, rook c7, and he simply winded up in an endgame down a pawn, and the rest of Aronian's technique was just flawless. There's nothing really to add.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. All right. I'm pretty sure that Aronian is going to win this. Let's move on.
Oh, and that's just going to be a draw now. Kamer versus Dubov.
Let's check how many games have.
How many moves do we have here?
So it's move
45. Yes, is when they traded pawn.
Something 37 moves. And he needs to make something like 30 moves. By now, Vincent already should know. Check out again this technique of Dubov. That he keeps the rook close and uses the rook behind the bishop. And again, check, king goes the straight line. And if the king goes one way, you go the other way. This is really rather simple. And check out his clock. He has 46 minutes. So I can imagine even Daniil sitting like this, right? I mean,
for how long are you going?
I know this, right? What are you doing here? Of course, Vincent has to try. He has to try.
Of course, you always try, no?
Right. Everybody would try. Would be a sin not to try.
And Wojtaszek's game?
And Wojtaszek's game, he just played.
How did he get to d6?
Because Rapport didn't go after the pawn, he's trying to create some practical problems, and now he's simply promoting e8, and that's it. That's it. Rapport should be resigning this. I mean, maybe we can check a couple of moves here, here. This should be pretty much calculating to 10. Hope I'm good calculating to 10. Wait, how am I not winning this? Wait, how is my calculation to 10? I'm not winning this. I just trusted what Wojciech was doing. Okay, here we go again. I play king d6. King d6. I play king d5. I just play knight e3. Don't allow king.
Okay.
And if you play g2, knight g2, king c4.
And I can move my knight then.
Yeah, even this is winning. So this game is going to last for a couple of moves, I think. And Wojciech also is winning.
Okay, Aronian still playing, I guess.
Aronian is, yeah, he's still playing this position. Not for long. So the simplest technique, I think it's this. Here.
Bishop e6, but b3, king c3, yeah.
Yeah, there's, I believe, more than one way to win this. This extra pawn remains. Maybe he already, by the way, finished, no? Oh, wait, the king is on e5, because, you know, sometimes when you get the broadcast, when you get the broadcast, the king on d5, sometimes it's a resignation, because those of you who don't know, positioning the kings on e4 and king on e5 means white wins. The king on d4, king on e5 means black wins.
So maybe they just finished. I'm just trying to...
No, they're playing because the king is not on d5.
Oh, he went to e4
now. King c4, king e4. This also wins. I guess even just take the pawn. Just take it. There's many ways to do this.
Yeah, definitely. This is just...
Right, so this game is about to finish. Aronian is going to win the game against FIDE Sgircea. Wojciech, I think, just needs to make one move and that's it. Knight e3, and black is probably some sort of a Zugzwang. Knight e8, king d7, knight f6, just everything falls apart. So this is not holding, and Wojciech also is going to win in some minutes. And
Dubov Cayman.
And Dubov Cayman, right?
Yeah.
We have only 3 games, so all the games are about to finish.
I'm just joining. Why wasn't Cayman winning when he's a bishop up? I think Arturs was explaining this very nicely earlier. So
this is a theoretical draw.
Yes.
We have to go to this position. Yeah, they already agreed to draw. It is a draw. It's not really so difficult, but there's this belief that this is sort of a difficult position to hold the draw, but not when you have 45 minutes on the clock and extra half a minute for every single move. So Dubov didn't even spend any time really. There are some tricks how the stronger side can try to win this, but I mean, if you're aware to them, you have all the time in the world, then a good player is never going to lose this, of course. Might happen an accident, but normally no, not at this level, not at 2700. 2700, and even I've seen some very high level players who misplayed this in blitz. Yeah, this is something else, but not in classical game. Not in classical game. All right, so what do we have? Wojciech has won. Wojciech has won, indeed. His opponent has resigned.
Right, because on king d4, there's knight f5, yes?
Right, so it makes Aronian as the final game, doesn't it? And it also should be finished in a moment. Yep, that's the final game.
I have to say, we had a lot of interesting games today. Not the ones that I was expecting. I thought some other games would be very exciting, but
Yeah, 3
Action.
decisive results. And Kiemer, I think he had some chances after the opening. He had this brilliant idea to sacrifice the pawn on h2. I'm not sure. Maybe this idea already is known idea, not to me at least. And very, very nice. And Dubov went for a counter strike and probably at some point regretted. He ended up defending it, but his technique was flawless, right? You could see that. I wasn't really happy with Winston's idea of this knight a2, knight c1, which felt a bit too slow. But then again, there was no guarantee that doing it other way would be resulting in a victory. And I think this game should be finished, by the way. Aronian against Sgircea.
Yeah. No more moves.
No more moves. The clock is now ticking.
It's probably finished.
Yeah, because there's just no way to continue. B5, you just take it. D3, you just go here.
And you always have bishop c2, right?
Here. Yeah, you cannot even play. There's the problem. You cannot play king f3. There's going to be bishop d1, and you have to go here. And I just take this pawn. So, yeah, I think all games are over. We are not getting the final result here, but I think they are. Yep, that's official. Aronian has won, and that means that we have what, 3 leaders after the first round.
All white games won, by the way.
All white games, and maybe it could have been 1 victory for black if Grishuk would have been a bit more tactically alert. Because he
a little more time.
a bit more time, because this was such a nice moment, right? This knight c2 trying to simplify the position, having an extra pawn at the moment when his opponent, I think he slightly panicked. And after queen f6, rook e2, there was this amazing resource, rook c1. And apparently there's nothing better, because unexpectedly queen a8, only you're wondering during live, why don't you play this? There's rook e1. Oops. Right?
And you might even lose it.
Right. Yeah, so this is even possible to lose, because the rook is penetrating the defenses. Maybe just make a quick roundup. What happened today is a rather uneventful game. It was between Etienne Bacro against Hikaru Nakamura. It was a Berlin game. Maybe the Frenchman was slightly pressing, but the pieces quickly found a way to disappear from the board. Draw at move 30. Vladimir Fedoseev played a very beautiful game against Grigory Oparin, who made a couple of not so great choices in after the opening. I think we agreed that he managed to equalize, but he misplayed it. Esipenko against Grishuk. Normally this was a draw the entire game. Grishuk was slightly pressing in end, but due to a tactical trick, the young Russian player managed to escape. Radoslav Wojtaszek played a really nice game, and Richard Rapport's offbeat continuation in the what was this? I called it Catalan Bogolubov mix, something like this. This bishop b4, a5, c5. Somehow it didn't work for Rapport, and Wojtaszek was able to score a very nice positional game. Levon Aronian capitalized on mistake before the first time control against David Santos Guirati. He was provoking, I think so, he was provoking Guirati to go aggressive the entire game. It didn't work. Guirati was playing solid, and in time trouble, Guirati blundered a pawn and later the game. Winston Kiemer had some chances in opening against Daniil Dubov, but Dubov's precise game allowed him to escape. And Wesley saw against Lenier Dominguez was rather an interesting draw with not much action. And Alexei Shirov against Pentalachar Krishna tried an idea. It didn't work. His opponent knew everything. And it could have been one of the first games to finish in the draw. Maybe it even was, by the way.
I think it even was, yeah, the repetition.
It was a trefoiled repetition. Right. So I think we can wrap up the broadcast for today. Maybe there's a chance to check a look at the standings. They should be pretty simple, I think, right? It should be Aronian. It should be who else? And who else?
Fedoseev.
FIDE, yeah, and of course, so that's FIDE leading the tournament with 1 point. There you are seeing the tournament table. Again, all the 16 players are divided in 4 groups, 4 pools, and only 1 player is going to qualify for the semi-final. So these players in every single group, they're going to play double round robin tournament. The next round is already tomorrow. There is no rest, and the games start at 3 p.m. Central European time. And there you go. You're seeing the pairings. I'm not even sure I want to pinpoint which is really interesting. All of them are very exciting matchups. Winston Kiemer is getting the second white, as far as I see. Yeah, I guess we're going to be back tomorrow at 3 p.m. Central European time, and hopefully we're going to be able to provide you some interesting and valuable commentary. So for me, that's it. Maybe Raluca, you want to say a couple of words?
Oh, thank you very much. This was a very exciting round. And yeah, I'll actually see you on Sunday. Tomorrow you'll be back here with Ellen.
Right, Ellen. Yes, I mixed up. I wasn't really sure. Yeah, it's Ellen. Ellen Nilsson tomorrow is going to be here with me in the studio. So today with you, it was Raluca Sgircea, Women International Master, and me, Latvian Grandmaster Arturs Neiksans. Thank you for watching this. Have a wonderful evening, and we'll be back tomorrow.
Thank you very much. Goodbye.
Welcome to the new Chess24 playing experience. Play in light mode or dark mode. Choose from a range of time controls or create a custom game. And get paired with players from around the world, fast. Enjoy a polished playing experience while making moves on a fresh, responsive board to claim your victories. Train and improve with over 80,000 puzzles. And that's not all. Download now and discover what more you can enjoy in our brand new app.